summit as well. We can expect not just that, but like I was mentioning, border issues also playing a key role in the tensions between India and China. And as far as both countries are concerned, like you said, there is a trust deficit, but there's also from the side of China contentions when it comes to Tibet and India's support for it as well. So these are issues that may or may not feature directly in the talks between Xi Jinping and Modi, because they will be trying to maintain a diplomatic relation. But again, these are key issues that could come in between when they're talking at the SCO summit as well, Priyanka.
Yes, and let's not forget the other member countries that are attending, right? Belarus, China, as Aditya had said before, India, Iran, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, who has joined in 2017, Russia, who is a founding member of the SCO, Tajikistan, as well as Uzbekistan. So it is going to be diplomatic. It is an organization summit. In terms of moving any policy forward, I don't think it's going to happen at this summit, but certainly the issues that you and I both mentioned are going to be discussed, and at least it's a thaw in diplomatic relations. So it does play an important step in moving relations with China forward.
Talk a little bit about the Russia and Ukraine conflict. Now, Prime Minister Modi is going to be holding a bilateral with Putin as well. Right before that, he held a phone call with Zelensky and assured him that there will be a resolution to the Ukraine conflict. That's at least what India will try to do. And earlier, we had seen that Putin had come out and expressed that he was willing to ensure that there is peace in Ukraine and that the conflict comes to an end. So this is also something that we've seen the US has been quite involved with. After Trump's meeting with Putin as well. Do you expect that there will be significant developments on that front?
I think so. Trump has met both Putin as well as Zelensky, both in the United States of America. And this is just as of a week or two ago. He met Putin in Anchorage. He met Zelensky in the White House. I think that talks were very warm. They were very friendly. It wasn't conflictful. It wasn't aggressive. But Trump did indicate that something has to happen. The war has to end. Now, in terms of tariffs with India, Modi has said that we're going to continue importing Russian oil, right? We don't really care what Trump has to say. You can impose tariffs on us. We don't really care. Let's not forget that India and the US also have a very strong technology and defense relationship. They also have a very strong existing trade relationship, which is stronger than China right now. Geopolitically, I think Trump has more trust in Modi than he does over Xi. So India is incredibly important in the Asia-Pacific region for Donald Trump. And also, India does have diaspora influence. Our economy is very, very strong as compared to China's economy, which is a dying manufacturing economy. So we do need the US. The US does need us. But this is, as I said before, a power play by Modi, that by meeting President Xi and by meeting Putin at the same organization summit, it's almost like I was going to say a bad word, but I can't say that on national TV. But it's almost like showing the finger to Donald Trump right here. Shows that we do need the US. We do have partnerships with them. And the US needs India as well. But that doesn't mean facing bullying, accepting bullying. India is not beholden to the US. That's what Modi is really trying to show in terms of India-US relationships by attending this summit.
Absolutely. Priyanka, stay on with us. We're getting in visuals live from Tianjin at the moment. Russian President Vladimir Putin in China. He's landed in Tianjin for the SCO summit. He's there being welcomed by the dignitaries in Tianjin. Remember, Putin is going to be holding a bilateral with Prime Minister Modi, and they're, of course, expected to discuss the Ukrainian conflict. And he's, of course, there to attend the SCO summit. Right before this, in fact, in an interview, Putin had asserted that he continues to have good ties with China and that Russia-China ties will continue. Priyanka, on that point, Russia also does maintain good ties with China. They have in the past couple of years as well. We've seen that China and Russia have maintained diplomatic good ties. And like you mentioned, the US, although has been quite firm over Russia, Trump has been playing his cards in a way where he portrays himself to be a peacemaker. So if India manages to somehow convince or get the ball rolling, so to say, over the Ukrainian conflict and peace towards that, things would perhaps work out well for India as far as tariffs are concerned.
As well as, Modi might win the Nobel Peace Prize that Trump so desperately wants, right? I think if Modi can play peacemaker and put an end to the conflict, but I don't think Modi is really trying to do that. I think India under Modi is increasingly post-alignment. They're engaging the US where interests align, but they're also not hesitating to say no over here. And this is the same across every country. This is how Modi's diplomacy is. And this can be seen in continued Russian oil purchases despite Western pressure. So Modi is playing a very big balancing act, but it's not balancing dependence here. Now, as for the tariff tensions that you mentioned, I would say that a mutual compromise is likely. Let's keep in mind that Trump has imposed these tariffs, but they're still very much in the negotiation phase, though the outcome is probably likely not immediate. So India may offer targeted market access, like easing investment caps, which are incredibly high at the moment, for the US to enter Indian markets in select sectors like retail or clean tech, while the US could also roll back some tariffs in exchange. Now, behind the scenes, both sides know that they need each other to counterbalance China. At the end of the day, that's the bottom line. Neither wants a prolonged trade war with each other either. So expect tough rhetoric publicly, expect a lot of headlines to be made, but I think quiet recalibration here diplomatically is going to achieve this. So we may not see it tomorrow or day after, but let's not forget that talks are still happening between Trump and Modi.
Absolutely. And as far as China is concerned, both India and the US have over time been trying to counter China's growing influence in the neighborhood, especially the Indo-Pacific. How do you think that's going to play out?
Well, one of the major goals of the SCO, the first major goal that's listed on the official website is counterterrorism as well as security cooperation. So I'm very curious as to what President Xi has to say on this, because there should be a joint effort here to fight extremism, not just extremism, but drug trafficking, cross-border terrorism. As Aditya said, there is no good terrorism here. We have a strong stand as India in terms of what terrorism is. It is terrorism, as it sounds. There's no good or bad over here. The other core goal of this SCO is strategic dialogue without the West, which is very, very interesting. So this is one of the few multilateral forums where India, China, and Russia sit at the same table without the US or the EU being present. So this is almost a geopolitical space to push for multipolarity. So I'm very curious as to what they have to say on border terror.
Right, Priyanka, another key point over here is the fact that Trump has been coming down heavily over the BRICS and Asia groupings. So how does the US view this expanding influence of the SCO, especially with China and India being the key members?
Well, you saw the theatrics after the BRICS summit, right? So you can expect the same theatrics again. But, in reality, Trump really can't do very much about it. As you can see, the three superpowers have already attended. They're among the first to arrive at this summit. Putin has arrived. Modi is there. President Xi is also there. So he really, Trump just has to kind of sit by and watch the news like the rest of us to see what is going on over here. So he's not going to like it. You can expect something on his Truth Social platform, on his Twitter, that's not going to be pleasant. He's probably going to bash India. He might, as I said before, impose even more tariffs to maintain leverage. But as I said, this is all theatrics and negotiation is still underway. Let's not forget that. So behind the scenes, Trump and Modi still do respect each other. They're still friends, but let's not forget there is still a negotiation going on. So you can expect a lot of theatrics, the same theatrics that we saw after the BRICS summit. You can expect them after this summit as well. Probably even worse because China, Russia, and India have attended without Trump. I think his first Truth Social post is going to be very, very entertaining, to say the least.
Thank you, Priyanka, for joining us and bringing us those details. In the US's perspective over the SCO meeting, we'll of course continue tracking these details for you. As of now, Putin has landed in China for the SCO summit. More on this, first a short break.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the Tiger and Dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Modi-Xi bilateral today in China. India-China bilateral amid the US tariff strain. Ahead of bilateral with Putin, Prime Minister Modi speaks to Zelensky. Rahul Gandhi's Bihar Yatra reaches Patna. Mega exclusive at NDTV Defence Summit. Indian Air Force Vice Chief says 50 missiles fired by IAF in Operation Sindoor.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
India's defense game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defense Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready. Stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honourable Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025. Warfare in the 21st century.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years.
Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Pulling us into opposition parties.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is in China. Remember, he's just landed for the SCO summit, and ahead of his visit to China, he had in fact in an interview said that Russia and China will work together, reiterating the ties and the good ties between Russia and China. Not just that, but he also spoke about the US's sanctions. He said that these sanctions are discriminatory and that they hinder development. Remember, the US's tariffs are the backdrop of this SCO summit, where top leaders are going to be meeting. Prime Minister Modi is going to be holding bilaterals with Xi Jinping as well as President Putin. Now, of course, Prime Minister and President Putin's bilaterals will have the Ukraine conflict featuring in them, as Prime Minister Modi had said when he had spoken to Zelensky right before the SCO summit as well. Prime Minister Modi had assured that he will ensure there is a resolution to the Ukraine conflict and will try to push for peace in Ukraine. Now, Putin earlier as well had spoken about how he's open for peace talks with Ukraine. And remember, right ahead of landing in China, Putin had in fact said that sanctions by the West are discriminatory and hinder development. Now, the US had imposed tariffs over most major economies, India, China also falling under them. In fact, there was a whole row, remember, over India importing Russian oil. Now again, Russia has also reiterated its bonhomie with China ahead of Putin's visit to Tianjin. With the high-stakes meeting ahead of the SCO summit scheduled to start on the 1st, all eyes will be on the landmark diplomatic moment, as this also marks Prime Minister Modi's first visit to China. He's also going to be holding a bilateral with Xi Jinping. My colleague Gauri Dwivedi joins us from Tianjin for more details. Gauri, what is the atmosphere like in Tianjin this morning? Putin has arrived there as well ahead of the SCO summit, and today there's going to be a key meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping.
Indeed, Aarti, let me in fact start with a ni hao greeting to you and all our viewers of NDTV. Tianjin, the city located not far from Beijing. It's a port town, about 50-55 minutes by train. It's all lit up and decorated in the SCO colors, because all eyes are on the very crucial SCO summit that will take place today. Already, we told our viewers a short while back, Russian President Vladimir Putin has also arrived for the summit. He will also be holding talks with Prime Minister Modi. That bilateral will take place tomorrow. And look at the commentary that's come in from Russia, really setting the stage for the SCO summit and also the discussions that will come out of it. On one end is the all-important bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi that will start in about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours from now. That countdown we are putting out right on our screens for our viewers to understand that and know that in about a little over 150 odd minutes is when that really high-stakes meeting will take place. There was some sort of a breaking of ice that took place at Kazan in Russia, where the two leaders had a pull aside. They managed to speak, but this was not a proper structured bilateral discussion that will take place today. There's a lot on the table, everything from trade to different views in terms of cross-border terrorism emanating from Pakistan, to completely different views with regard to national security defense, to aligned views with regard to how to handle Donald Trump's tariff issues. Those are several of the challenges and issues that lie in terms of the bilateral summit. There is a certain expectation that is lined up, given the fact that there's been some incremental progress that India and China have made in terms of bridging their divide, and that progress has been seen first in the people-to-people connect, second in the trade. There's been some easing of informal measures that were imposed by China for India, and that were in regard to critical minerals fertilizers. Those measures were eased when the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was in India, setting the stage for possibly next round of discussions between the leaders to really envisage the roadmap ahead. But let's also point out, Aarti, when I said there are differences of opinion with regard to terror, Pakistan, national security, those are grave concerns. And those security concerns need to be kept in mind when you expect and have any expectations as far as this meeting is concerned. So we need to temper those, because I want to tell one thing to our viewers, and that's very important, which is that SCO primarily has security in its a big undercurrent. It's a security organization summit that it started as. So security, terror are likely to be very important aspects of discussions. And there is no meeting of minds between India and China. So that's the context and the background of why this meeting is so important. All eyes on what's the messaging that's going to be. But one thing is for sure, Donald Trump would be watching this very closely. Whether he can resist the urge to go ahead and immediately put out something on Truth Social, well, the jury's out of that one.
Right, Gauri, as far as messaging is concerned, we've spoken in detail about India's interest and what our priorities are going to be at the SCO summit. But how is Chinese local media framing the SCO summit for local viewers?
Indeed, I did catch a lot of the local media in terms of anticipation and expectation from this visit. They understand, and I think, Aarti, that's important to tell our viewers as well. A lot of people understand that there are no differences at the ground level. When you talk about people, whether in China or in India, they are not disconnected from each other. There's no ill will amongst each other, and that reflects some of that on ground in terms of perception as well. But the media also is, putting out some of the other aspects in terms of how China views this. Let's not forget that China also wants SCO and what follows after SCO, that big grand military parade, to send out a larger message to the world about being able to create an alternate world order. And that is where India needs to hedge its bets and, of course, ensure that deft diplomacy 101 is on play here, because China has different expectations and has different aspirations about its role, its position in this entire region, which is why it will expect a certain messaging to come out of SCO. As far as New Delhi is concerned, New Delhi would want that this is a platform that it will use to be able to tell the world that its strategic autonomy is in place. And I think that's the big bottom line that we need to keep in mind.
Thank you, Gauri, for joining us from the ground and bringing us those details. We'll, of course, come back to you when there are more developments coming in from Tianjin. For now, we take a short break.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है।
ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this
ma'am.
side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right?
I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने ट्रेनिंग वगैरह?
मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there.
Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, sir.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from sir AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made.
That
sir.
is also Indian
Yes,
made.
sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे।
करेक्ट। लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें। भर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। आगे ना सर? हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन ऑफ। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ। फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर।
If it matters to you, it matters to India. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
Prime Minister Modi is in China. He's going to be holding a very significant bilateral with Chinese President Xi Jinping. And remember, this is also a reset of ties between India and China because this is the first visit of Prime Minister Modi to China after 7 years and after the Galwan clashes. So it seems remains to be seen how India and China will balance out their differences and the conflicts and tensions between them. Take a look at this report.
A high-stakes diplomatic moment is just days away. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will travel to China for the SCO summit on September 1st. It will mark his first visit to Beijing since the Galwan standoff strained ties in 2020. But this visit isn't happening in isolation. It caps nearly a year of careful, calculated engagement between the two Asian giants. It all began nearly 11 months ago at the Kazan BRICS Summit in October 2024. That's where the first thaw was noticed as Prime Minister Modi met the Chinese President Xi Jinping. PM Modi met the Chinese President on the sidelines of the BRICS Summit and agreed to work towards a peaceful and stable relationship by displaying maturity and mutual respect. They also highlighted the need to not allow differences on boundary-related matters to disturb peace and tranquility along the LAC. The Kazan talks were followed by key milestones. The two countries agreed to phase disengagement at the LAC, followed by a revival of economic ties as an Indian business delegation visited China. This followed a series of high-level meetings between Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and his counterpart, as well as Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar and his counterpart, and President Xi, the first such meetings in over 5 years. Then came the big visit, Wang Yi in New Delhi just last month. It was the first high-level visit by a Chinese official in years. From reopening trade routes to restoring people-to-people exchanges, the steps taken in recent months signal a desire to move beyond the shadow of Galwan. The road ahead may be complex, but with dialogue and diplomacy, they are again exploring common ground.
Just ahead of Prime Minister Modi's high-profile meetings with Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping at the SCO summit in Tianjin, Prime Minister also held a significant phone conversation with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Prime Minister Modi had reaffirmed India's consistent support for a peaceful resolution and emphasized humanitarian efforts to restore stability. They also agreed to remain in touch and continue diplomatic engagement. Remember, the timing of this phone conversation is important as it comes in the backdrop of the SCO summit. The Prime Minister prepares for a meeting with Putin as well.
Last 1 month itself, President Zelensky of Ukraine has dialed PM Modi twice. The first one was on August 11 that both the leaders spoke, and both the times these calls have happened just after Putin had met either some of the biggest leaders in the world. In the last few weeks, he met Donald Trump in the US territory. So these calls happen sort of at a strategic time when there are increased calls for peace in Ukraine. But and India is one of the few countries. Prime Minister Modi is one of the few leaders in the world to have spoken with both the leaders on equal terms and called for peace. And we remember about 2 years ago when both PM Modi and President Putin met. PM had directly told him that this is not an era for war. That's one of the biggest statements any leader has gone on to say to the Russian leader on his face as far as stopping the war in Ukraine is concerned. So India has this rare stance when it comes to the Ukraine war, and that is what Zelensky is trying to bank upon.
We'll continue tracking this story for you. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves. And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering
not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
India's defence game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready, stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honourable Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025. Warfare.
A federal appeals court in the US has ruled that most of President Donald Trump's global tariffs were illegal, dealing a major blow to his aggressive trade agenda and curbing presidential power over emergency economic measures. The US Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit upheld an earlier ruling by the Court of International Trade that Trump wrongfully invoked an emergency law to issue the tariffs.
US President Donald Trump's signature tariffs have just been branded illegal. A federal appeals court has decided that Trump does not have the constitutional authority to impose blanket tariffs on nearly every trading partner, using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act as justification. The judges said this law, designed for national security emergencies, does not authorize presidents to impose tariffs or taxes. As a result, Trump's so-called reciprocal tariffs have been declared invalid as contrary to law. However, the court is allowing the tariffs to remain in effect until mid-October to allow time for appeal to the US Supreme Court. On Truth Social, Trump reacted fiercely, calling this decision partisan and a disaster, even warning that it could destroy the United States. But the court plainly reminded him and the American public that the power to tax lies with Congress, not with the president. The decision is a major blow to Trump's signature economic policy and a vivid illustration of dangers of overstepping legally granted executive powers. Now, all eyes are on the US Supreme Court. If the ruling is upheld, Trump's tariffs would collapse, shaking trade deals with countries like the UK, Japan, and South Korea, and raising questions about billions of dollars already collected in duties. If the ruling is overturned, it could set a perilous precedent, expanding presidential authority at the expense of legislative oversight. Either way, one thing is clear: Trump's image as the master deal maker has just taken one of the most serious legal hits. With Ridhima Kedia, NDTV World.
Shifting focus, several villages in Punjab were placed on heavy alert after the Ghaggar River crossed the 10-foot danger mark at Bankpur in Mohali. This follows heavy rainfall in the catchment area and the opening of floodgates at Sukhna Lake. Authorities are closely monitoring the situation in the region, which is presently under control. In Amritsar, damage has been caused to the standing crops, houses, public installations and livestock due to the floods. Describing the situation as unprecedented, the Chief Minister has assured all possible assistance from his government to the people, adding that the state government has already started massive relief and rescue work. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna reports from Amritsar. Take a look.
NDTV team is travelling along the NDRF team to show how the rescue operation is being carried out by the team. We can see after travelling in the boat by the NDRF team around 5 to 6 kilometers away from the road, they have come to one of the villages to help the residents who have been stranded and they are not able to move out of their houses. 3-4 दिन से आप अपने घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पा रहे, पानी बहुत ज़्यादा है।
हाँ जी सर, 5 ਤੋਂ 6 फुट पानी है जी। रोड ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਘੱਟ ਆ, ਬਾਕੀ ਖੇਤਾਂ 'ਚ ਤੇ 7 ਤੋਂ 8 फुट भी है। हाँ जी।
तो क्या क्या मुश्किलें फेस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि फ़ोन कहीं चलता है तभी आपने फ़ोन किया तभी पहुंच गए, नहीं तो लोगों को पता ही नहीं।
नाला लागे होने करके ते फोन चलता है, नहीं तो अगे तो फोन भी सारे बंद है, टावर सारे बंद हो गए हैं।
पानी की बड़ी मुश्किल आ रही है आपको?
मेन ज़्यादा पानी दी है, क्योंकि जेडे बोर आ अपना नलके तो बंद हो गए हैं, समरसीबल बोर है उन्होंने पानी पै गया, तो एक मेन गल है बिजली भी नहीं आ रही।
2 दिन से हम गुजरपुरा आया, हाँ जी, पानी बहुत ज़्यादा था। हमने कॉल किया था कि राशन नहीं है, राशन देने गए थे। हमने बोला कि हमारी बच्ची भी नहीं ठीक है, कहते आप ले जाने साथ में।
तो बच्ची को क्या हुआ, बुखार हुआ, बीमार हुई?
नहीं, लूज मोशन। हाँ जी।
तो फिर आपको वहाँ से लेके आए हैं,
हाँ
अभी
जी,
आपको दवाइयाँ वगैरह यहाँ पे प्रोवाइड की जा रही है?
हाँ जी।
We are showing the ground reality of Punjab, how the people are combating with this flood crisis in the state. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Gurpreet Chinna for NDTV, Ajnala Town, District Amritsar, Punjab.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold ICICI
for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live. Ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Pulling us into this
ASEAN party. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Well, good morning and welcome. Today is going to be an incredible day and we've got it all lined up. Is there going to be a big reset of the Modi-Xi, the India-China relationship?
We've just started off NDTV's day-long broadcast. We're live from Tianjin in China. It's one of the biggest diplomatic handshakes that the two countries have been looking forward to, India and China. Who would have thought they would have been able to reach this position? There's only one person to thank, and that's why NDTV is going to be live from the United States, from China, and obviously from here in the NDTV studios. Vishnu and I got you covered live from all of these locations. Let's first get you straight to the headlines.
There's a key Modi-Xi bilateral just hours away now, just a couple of hours, and we'll know where this is headed. A bilateral that signals a new phase in India-China ties amidst the US tariff threat. We'll bring you all the updates from Tianjin. Gauri Dwivedi and Aditya Rajkol standing by.
Ahead of the Prime Minister Modi, President Putin bilateral on Monday. Modi speaks to Ukrainian President Zelensky, conveys India's commitment to a peaceful settlement of the Ukraine conflict.
A big exclusive from the NDTV Defense Summit. The Indian Air Force's Vice Chief says 50 missiles fired by the Indian Air Force in Op Sindoor were all that it took to drag Pakistan to the ceasefire table. These images, of course, are of Zelensky meeting Prime Minister Modi earlier on. They've had a phone call as well. That's an important sign of a lot of important changes coming the way of India and the world. Yeah. No. Well, it's a pivotal moment for Asia's giants. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets President Xi Jinping today in Tianjin in just a couple of hours. That ignites a reset, well, one hopes, or one needs to wait and see, in India-China relations, which were strained by the 2020 Galwan clash. As US tariffs batter Indian exports and as tensions with Washington escalate over trade and geopolitical rifts,
This SCO, or Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, offers hope for economic revival, enhanced trade, and possibly LAC de-escalation.
That's right. The two countries have already been making very cordial noises towards each other, unprecedented, especially in the last 5 years. Remember that the two countries still have many divisions worth of army strength still massed along their eastern Ladakh border. And yet the two leaders, for the first time since 2019, but more importantly for the first time, Vishnu, since the Galwan clash that you and I tracked from the ground in Ladakh, will be meeting. And the context, of course, for all of that is the huge trade and tariff turbulence that has been made possible thanks to the one and only Donald Trump. Modi's first China visit in 7 years. He landed yesterday, signals a very bold step toward collaboration in tech, investment and sustainability. With stable ties crucial for global peace, the world watches as the tiger and the dragon attempt to chart a unified path forward that nobody would have thought possible maybe a month or two ago.
You know, as we go forward in our programming, and this is important for our viewers, and it's important that Shiv and I remind ourselves of this, there are two words we need to remember. One is disengagement and one is de-escalation. They don't mean the same thing, but one leads to the other. So when we're talking about disengagement, it means soldiers from either side actually moving away from their frontline positions because they're eyeball to eyeball still in many parts along the line of actual control. De-escalation is a larger process. You know, whether it means that they move 150 kilometers behind, whether there are larger changes on the ground, and whether that is working towards delimiting, or in other words, marking out the boundary between India and China. So disengagement, they move away slightly. De-escalation, the larger process. But we've got all of that and a lot more.
It's incredible because the military situation between the two countries has entered a deep freeze, but the two countries have been making noises towards a different approach towards border management. Who knows, maybe there will be a big announcement when the bilateral takes place in just about 90 minutes
Are we having a bet on this?
We can have a bet on that. Let's see if there's a big border takeaway.
My bet on this, Shiv, is that it's not going to be very big.
Okay.
There will be economic measures which are announced. They'll talk about air travel.
But they will announce an intention to
Just
have a new approach. To have a new approach to border management.
Figure out the border issue, nothing more than that.
Yeah. Okay. Perhaps that's a...
So that being the case, should I just go home now? Because you know, it's not all that exciting in that case.
Let's find out from Aditya, in fact. Aditya Raj Kaul, our senior executive editor, just on board here at NDTV, is with us live. As you can see, he's on his way to the SCO. Priyanka Deo joins us live from Chicago as well, because obviously the United States is very much part of what's going on right now in Tianjin. Aditya, you're making your way there. Obviously, lots of VIP movements there in Tianjin, so good to see you, you know, in your wheels, getting to the SCO summit to get NDTV the best possible front row coverage of what's really happening. What's the mood like? You know, what's the buzz on the ground before this very, very important handshake?
For the big handshake that's going to happen in a couple of hours, Shiv, I can tell you I've been here for almost more than 30 hours now. The roads are silent. There are not many people on the roads. The traffic is almost out. It almost seems that the Chinese government has asked people to go on a vacation during the SCO summit, as happens during multilaterals, really. But as of now, Prime Minister is here, and the first big meeting that will happen is between the Prime Minister and Xi Jinping, the big handshake. I've been speaking to government sources here who indicate that nothing big concrete is likely to happen, but certainly it's the beginning of the reset of the ties. Really, there could be some measures on the people-to-people contact, and that would be the grassroots, really, and the foundation of bigger steps that are likely to happen in the next few months. So, SCO leaders meeting also, and the joint declaration that will come out after the SCO meeting is of critical importance, because India is pushing that the entire SCO grouping needs to condemn terrorism, needs to condemn the cross-border terrorism element also. And Shiv, you know, just a few hours ago, Shehbaz Sharif and his Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar have landed here. So it would be interesting to see SCO grouping, which had not mentioned Pahalgam last time when Defense Minister was here. Will it mention Pahalgam? Unlikely so. But will it condemn terrorism and cross-border terrorism? We'll have to wait and watch.
All right, let's go across to Priyanka Deo, who joins us from Chicago, America, a very important element in all of this. India and the United States are at their lowest in terms of the bilateral relationship with America in a very long period of time, utterly unexpected, but that's the reality now. If there is a broader geostrategic realignment at whatever way which impacts India and India and China, it obviously impacts the United States as well. How closely is America watching this, Priyanka?
I think Donald Trump has NDTV on live right now, and he's watching the two of you and all of us on screen. This diplomatic engagement shift comes as Washington, under President Donald Trump, as we know, has imposed sweeping tariffs just a day or two ago, 50% in total on India's goods in response to India's continued purchase of oil. Now, as Modi seeks to ease bilateral tensions with China, I think he's going to discuss a couple more things in addition to what Vishnu said. He is going to talk about resuming pilgrimages. He's going to talk about hiking visa facilitation. He's ultimately and simultaneously ensuring that India's strategic autonomy, emphasizing trade, connectivity, and sovereignty remains in place. Now, how might Donald Trump respond to this? I would expect a very theatrical and a mixed reaction. He'll likely denounce this rapport between Modi and Xi and Putin, for that matter, as a betrayal of U.S. interests, using his Truth Social platform to amplify his rhetoric. He'll also kind of push his America First trade posture, but there's very little that he can do, because this is one of the few times that India, China, and Russia are sitting at a table where the US and the EU are not present. So I have a feeling that he is watching nonstop.
And let's not forget that phone call that Prime Minister Modi received from the Ukrainian president yesterday. In the middle of all of this, in Tianjin in China, the Prime Minister gets a phone call from the Ukrainian president, and that has set tongues wagging. Aditya, what was that like? You were right there when the Prime Minister got that call. That conversation was unexpected. We didn't know it was going to happen, but it's added a very interesting, tantalizing sort of aspect to what's going on there in Tianjin.
Just like Priyanka was mentioning, Shiv, that, the White House, not just Trump, the entire White House would be watching very closely what happens here at the SCO, the entire, bonhomie between Prime Minister Modi and other leaders, especially tomorrow as well, when Putin and Modi would be meeting. And amidst this, the phone call between Zelensky and Modi, clearly Zelensky has, lost his patience with Trump because in the last 6 months, there have been several assurances that have come in from the White House, but clearly no headway. I mean, Trump, before Jan 20th, came on that promise that he will, within the next 6 months, resolve the crisis, not just between Ukraine and Russia, but in Israel and Hamas as well. But no headway, clearly. There have been, in fact, veiled threats that have been coming in from the White House. But as of now, the entire world closely monitoring the situation here in Xinjiang, in China, to see what will be the outcome of the SCO declaration and how is the economic cooperation really going to work out, particularly between Russia, China, and India?
I think it's interesting, the entire Zelensky phone call, because remember, in as much as we talk about President Xi and Modi meeting in a little while from now, he meets President Putin tomorrow in Tianjin. And if the road to peace does indeed go through New Delhi, to use Peter Navarro's own words, then this is an interesting dynamic, because if the Prime Minister has some sort of a say in persuading the Russian president, right, to sort of push for peace, get the job done, then perhaps the entire business of tariffs on Indian import of Russian oil can be looked at afresh as far as Washington is concerned. My point being, Shiv, that this could be a complex geopolitical play which is taking place at various levels.
It's incredible because all the pieces are at play. That's the incredible thing of what we've seen in the last 24 hours with Priyanka in the US and Aditya and Gauri in China. It's a big chessboard, and I don't think anybody has war-gamed it completely. There's unpredictability in the United States.
We aren't talking about war, my friend.
We're talking about peace. Let's be very clear. This is war. This is a trade war. This is a tariff war. India and China have been in a war-like freeze situation in Ladakh for 5 years now. The hope is that this handshake brings in a sense of normalization between the two countries. They are, as Vishnu first reported, going to start resuming flights very soon as well. So this is Achhe Din as far as India and China is concerned. And Aditya, you know this. achhe din are very few and far between. So this is a strategic shift. Apart from being a reset, it's also a strategic shift because things have changed so dramatically in the last couple of weeks between India and the United States. I don't think either country sort of foresaw that things were going to accelerate this quickly.
Well, certainly diplomacy is not instant noodles, and diplomacy takes time, especially when the Trump tariffs are underway and you don't know. There's an unpredictability factor really in this new international order. But clearly here at the SCO summit, we are all prepared, and the first big handshake between the tiger and the dragon is going to happen. What kind of a tango will that be? As you mentioned, Shiv, rightly, and Vishnu, there's been a trust deficit, particularly after Galwan, but also after the, Operation Sindoor, where China was coming militarily and, sharing intelligence with the Pakistani ISI and the army. In fact, I was, mentioning how the Chinese equipment was also used by the Pakistani Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists during the Pahalgam attack, the Ultra sets or the Alpine app that was used by them. So clearly, there's a trust deficit. There's more that China needs to do. They need to walk the talk. They can't just condemn terrorism and then shield Pakistan time and again. And there needs to be a strong voice against terrorism that needs to come from the SCO platform itself. Apart from that, on the economic cooperation factor, more than the SCO on the sidelines when India and China meet and India and Russia meet, when Modi and Putin meet, there'll be much more to talk about. India has, of course, decided that the trade with Russia will continue as normal. There could be bullying coming in from Trump and the White House, but that does not matter. In fact, the New York Times yesterday reported that Trump has decided not to visit India for the Quad Summit. There's no official confirmation as such till now, either from the White House or India's Ministry of External Affairs, but it is certainly a big decision just hours before the SCO summit begins.
As we'll come back to both of you in a moment, also joined by Sana Hashmi, Dr. Brahma Chelani, and John Rossomando. I'd like to thank all of you very much for being with us. John, let me come to you first. Fairly unthinkable for a lot of us who've observed the differences between India and China for the last several years to have Modi in China and India and China talking peace. How does that reshape the dynamic with Washington?
Well, I think that it's just another case of Washington miscalculating geopolitics. It reminds me a bit of in the last administration where then President Biden went and snubbed the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and pushed the Saudis toward China. I think, the United States is a world away from China. China's your next door neighbor. You have to deal with them in any way, shape, or form. And now it's become in India's best interest to try to have the best relationship it can with its next door neighbor. And I think this is going to come back to bite President Trump in the long run.
Sorry, go ahead, go ahead. I was just going to bring Sana in for a moment. Sana, welcome to all of you once again. Thanks for being with NDTV. An important day. Apart from the optics, we are expecting some announcements of some measure. But Sana, I know you have been, and rightly so, skeptical of the India-China handshake. You have raised questions about the circumstances in which they happen. How are you reading today's meeting, and all the surround sound around it?
Thank you, Shiv. Of course, I think there is a lot of misperception about what the visit is. But I think we need to agree on one thing, that this is a milestone development. This is happening after 7 years. And of course, this has been happening, the ongoing rapprochement and this attempt to normalize ties. It has been happening since 2020, since after the Galwan clashes, in fact. So I think that a lot of countries are really linking this with what is happening between US and India. And I think India's agency is never taken into account. And as John also mentioned, that India has all the rights to normalize ties with neighboring countries. And, no one really wants to have a dispute with a country like China. But I think we need to really be not so optimistic about what is going to happen to India-China relations and what are going to be the prospects of the relationship. As in, I feel this is just the first step towards normalizing. I won't even call it a reset. It is just a tactical thaw as of now. And we have to see what concessions is China actually willing to give us. I'm not very hopeful on that. And then we have seen this movie before. But I think what we have to keep doing is to perhaps keep engaging China, but we have to do it on our own terms.
Dr. Brahmachalani, both you and I have been deep skeptics of the relationship with China. Not skeptics, we felt that the concerns we have along the line of actual control, I mean, there's so much evidence of Chinese territorial grabs, Bhutan, the northeast of India, the Ladakh frontier, and now we're trying to make peace with them. I know you would have words of caution, but in any of this, is there any aspect of this that you're optimistic about?
Well, first, I think, and this is not criticism of the coverage of this SCO summit, but with every summit, the coverage in India tends to be a bit gushy. And
no, you're right. You're true. Absolutely true. Go ahead.
And and for example, now we're talking about the handshake between Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi, as if this is the first time they're meeting since the events of 2020. In fact, this is a follow-on on their big meeting in October last year in Kazan, Russia. That's where Modi's Reset 3.0 began. So this is Reset 3.0. The Reset 1.0 of Modi began soon after he became the Prime Minister in 2014 when he hosted Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping was the first important foreign leader he hosted after becoming the Prime Minister. And as you know, Vishnu, that Xi Jinping came to India with an unusual gift, an Chinese incursion into Chamar. Yeah. Yet Modi persisted in seeking to normalize relations with Beijing. But this led to the Doklam standoff, and within weeks of the disengagement on the Doklam Plateau, China captured almost the entire Doklam Plateau. Then came Modi's Reset 2.0, which led to the Wuhan summit and the Mahabalipuram summit in India. In fact, in Mahabalipuram, Xi Jinping, in the presence of Modi, said that the idea of Wuhan summit and Mahabalipuram summit, that idea came from Modi. So now we are on Modi's Reset 3.0, which began in Kazan, Russia. So if you look at the broader context, what's happening now, today and tomorrow, is only a continuation of Modi's efforts since 2014. He has been committed to resetting the Sino-Indian relationship. The question, though, is that is India yielding ground? For example, now we keep talking about, and this is a very important thing, we keep talking about the Galwan Valley clash as a defining moment, as a starting point, and both you and Shiv know very well that the Galwan Valley was not the cause of the India-China rupture. It was the consequence of what Beijing did. It was China's stealthy land grabs of April 2020 Ladakh that led to a series of clashes that began on May 1st. May 1st was the first important clash between Chinese and Indian troops, and Galwan only happened in mid-June. And yet, all the media outlets in India are seeking to obscure the real issue, which has still not been resolved, which is China's land grabs. And as you mentioned, Vishnu, that only disengagement has happened. There has been no de-escalation, no de-induction of forces from the frontier, and certainly no rollback of the Chinese incursions. In fact, India has given up its own demand. The army chief said it, that there has to be status quo ante. The MEA said in statements that India will insist on status quo ante as a prerequisite for fully normalizing relations with China. Today, and this isn't even appearing in Indian media. India has quietly given up that prerequisite. Nobody's talking about status quo ante. Instead, we're talking about peace and tranquility along the LAC. So
Right.
in other words, we have moved from status quo ante to peace and tranquility. So who's yielding ground?
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I take your point. Absolutely, and you know, I mean, we need. There's all the reasons that you have explained. We need to be wary of this relationship. But John, let me come back to you at this stage. For all the reasons that Brahmachalani mentioned, India and the United States do remain, at one sense, important partners, strategic partners. In a sense, as a buffer, India needs to be a buffer to China as a growing economy. For all these geopolitical reasons which have been outlined. And yet Trump wants his own trade deals with China. He wants a greater engagement with China. And therefore, there is that aspect of it as well. Do you believe that this is a larger turn where America first has to figure out what it wants to do with China? Do you want to be a partner? Do you want to be an adversary? How is Washington looking at Beijing before we can actually figure out how Washington and Delhi can work together, you know, as far as China is concerned?
Well, I think there's a growing consensus in Washington that China is an adversary of the U.S. that aims to undermine the U.S. at every turn. Yet I think there's a certain element, in the Trump camp of trying to appease China to maybe get it to back down on some of its belligerent activities, both militarily and also it's stealing our secrets from our universities and so forth. But I think that's entirely naive. I think the United States and India are both democracies. All the other members of the SCO are authoritarian regimes. But India, stands alone. You're the largest, nation now in Asia. You have more population than China, and you're a growing economy. And I think the United States should be focused on building a closer, friendly relationship with India instead of pushing India into the Chinese sphere.
What I'd like to do very briefly is actually go through a couple of very important talks. We keep talking about Xi and Modi, and that's, of course, at the highest level there is. That said, it's Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, and Ajit Doval, our special representative, and of course our foreign minister as well, who've been engaged in talks. After Galwan in 2022, Wang Yi visited India. Then in September 2020, September 2021, the External Affairs Minister met Wang Yi as well. 2023, on 2 occasions they've met. And 2025, there have been 2 occasions as well. Remember, the foreign minister went to the SCO Foreign Ministers Meet in China just a few months back. And now Wang Yi, just a few days back, was here in India. And I would suspect that it's this level of engagement which is actually propelling whatever it is that we may be headed towards. So Sana, would you like to sort of perhaps comment on that? Because what we have seen is Ajit Doval and Wang Yi pretty much reach a consensus that, look, we want to figure out the boundary issue, we want to delimit the boundary, we want to sort out problems in Ladakh and in the east, and now our political leaders have to give us the signal. That to me is the summary of what the two have achieved, which is actually taking things forward a big way. Do you actually believe that everything has been done short of the two sides getting down to the business of actually figuring it out once and for all?
I don't think so. I think it has existed for over 70 years, and I don't really see the boundary dispute is going to be resolved anytime soon. And it's primarily because of China. I think India has shown willingness. India has done whatever it could to convey to China that this is an issue that needs urgent resolution, but we haven't really seen anything on that front. And of course, it's in China's interest to keep it alive, to keep it intact. So I think I don't see a major breakthrough on the border dispute. And of course, all these talks have been happening since at least the 1990s. Special representative talks have been going on since 2003. This is just considered as a confidence building measure. So I think I'm losing hope with respect to confidence building measures. China has been violating all these agreements, confidence building measures. So I have no evidence I can see, and I can say that, now it's not going to happen again. And then I think it's not a matter of when, if, it's a matter of when is it going to happen. So I feel that it's nice, it's good that we are having engagement, we are having dialogue with China. But then I feel somewhere that we have to keep the border dispute on the front. We cannot afford to have the border dispute on the back burner again. Otherwise, we are just living the same story. We are doing the same thing all over again.
Right.
And I think we talk about India's status, it is just not interest to do the same thing all over again.
Shiv, can I make a point? I would suggest that when we see President Xi and Prime Minister Modi meeting a little while later on, it's not going to be that euphoric, shaking hands and hugs and all of that. That's Modi's style, right?
The photo op.
I would suggest it's going to be much more formal, polite, dignified, and that's it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Delhi knows fully well you don't want to get ahead of yourself.
Correct.
There's too much baggage over there.
No,
you want to take it forward.
I wouldn't second guess, the Prime Minister or the diplomatic machine either on China, especially in the context of what has happened in the last 5 years. I agree completely with Dr. Chelani when he says this is Reset 3.0 and that this is a continuation of what happened in Kazan and the handshake there. But let us not play down the fact that what Trump has done in the last couple of weeks has shaped the quality of this engagement. It's not just another India-China engagement. He has completely revamped, shaped, accelerated, catalyzed, whatever you want to say. I don't want to overstep there as well, because when it comes to India and China,
but you're
all
entirely
adjectives are subject to change at short notice.
No, but just to add to what Shiv is saying, if you've got the White House advisor to Donald Trump saying that India is a strategic freeloader and that the path to peace as far as the Russia-Ukraine war is concerned goes through New Delhi, India is, what was the word that he used for oil? India is profiteering from oil, and he used some other words, laundromat, right? India is a laundromat for Russian oil. Right? We buy the oil, we process it, and we sell it out. Now, who benefits from that? America benefits, by the way, as well from that. Otherwise, there'd be an oil shock. John Rosamondo, I just wanted to come back to you for a quick further comment. You would have seen what's been reported in the papers in the last 24 hours. The New York Times had a very interesting piece on, the potential breakdown between Modi and Trump, on how Trump apparently insisted that he brought an end to the war, the mini war between India and Pakistan. As war correspondents, Shiv and I can assure you that that's just not the way it happened, because we track this minute by minute. We've spoken to everybody there is to speak to in this system. And yet Trump absolutely, totally insists on this. Do you believe that it's this narrative on Op Sindoor and who ended it, right? The mini war between India and Pakistan, which has brought down the level of the relationship?
Well, I think talking to my sources, that's a big part of it. A lot, there seems to be a lot of egos going around. With Trump wanting more "quote unquote" gratitude from India for ending the war, and I think that President Trump really needs to back down a bit, because he's turning our greatest asset in Asia and push in alienating India. So I would ask the president to back down, because he's not doing anything that's in American interest or in the interest of stability and countering China.
All right, not doing anything in the interest of stability and interest in China. All right, thank you all very much for being with us. We're going to move on with our coverage, and what we are now going to actually do is just remind our viewers of what we are looking at and why today is such an important day. In just a little while from now, approximately an hour, it's 9:30 a.m., right?
That's right.
Is when President Xi and Prime Minister Modi meet in Tianjin. It's a one-on-one meeting. They are, of course, there for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is a very important regional body. Be that as it may, when Modi meets Xi, and given the history of the relationship in recent times between both countries, it's critical, particularly since both sides have indicated they want to reset. I would suggest that the economic aspect of this is very, very important. China has said that they're willing to assist India as far as rare earths are concerned, fertilizers, chemicals, tunnel boring equipment. These are things that India needs. Border trade in those 3 or 4 points will be open. And of course, direct travel, air
Flights.
travel between China and India, which hasn't been around for a while. Right, that's going to almost certainly start. And for us, it's big because the Chinese are being very, very open about let there be more yatris. Let's open up more of the religious, the pilgrimage sites. And that's a low-hanging fruit, as it were.
I think the challenge is going to have to be about moving beyond cynical gestures, and for this to be more than, as Sana very correctly put it, a tactical thought. Just a sort of visible, thinly layered kind of engagement between India and China. The pressure will be on both sides to make full use of the kind of joint belligerence that both countries face from the Trump administration. And have something to show for it in Tianjin. That's the pressure that's going to be on both of them. But the important thing, Vishnu, is also, and we're going to have some diplomats on our coverage in a short while, is that nothing is over until that statement actually comes out. Up until the last moment, and you've covered summits of this kind, discussions are on and unlocked
arguing with
until the
each
last
other.
minute.
They keep arguing with each other,
Removing
saying, no,
language,
remove this
adding
word.
stuff.
No, we have a problem with this word, with this line. Please change this.
Absolutely.
And between the Chinese and us, sometimes it's lost in translation. Right? There have been statements in the past where the interpretation of a statement between Mandarin and English is just subtly different. But in the context of the relationship, that can prove to be very, very problematic indeed. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi received a warm welcome in Tianjin from musicians playing classical Indian instruments to the strong diaspora community, hailing Modi's leadership and governance. This meet is crucial as the tensions between the countries linger over border concerns. China's growing support for Pakistan's military, as we mentioned, during Op Sindoor, and a tiff over water distribution specific to the Brahmaputra is a cause of concern. Here's a key report looking ahead at what may happen.
A red carpet welcome in Tianjin for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. His first visit to China in 7 years. Soon after touching down in Tianjin, Prime Minister Modi met the Indian diaspora. He also enjoyed an Indian classical music performance by Chinese musicians.
That was the Tin Tihai that you heard. Yes, Tin Tihai. Why don't you answer? Tell me, what is it that made you choose Indian culture and tabla to learn? Not a very popular percussion instrument chosen by women. So why did you decide to choose the tabla?
Because I think tabla it has the most complex and logic rhythm of the world. Because actually I am a Chinese shantur player. In China, shantur called yangqi is in a different shape. So my PhD paper was focused on the improvisation of Indian classical music.
This visit follows nearly a year of calculated engagements. And now, Prime Minister Modi is expected to hold talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping. But with tensions still lingering, can the two Asian powers bridge the trust gap and realign their strained relationship? From border tensions to security risks, the India-China trust deficit runs deep. Add to that China's deepening military ties with Pakistan that were highlighted during Operation Sindoor, and India's security concerns have only intensified. Although China condemned the Pahalgam attack, its double standards were on full display on the global stage, professing solidarity with India, all while arming a terror state. The Prime Minister's visit also comes as China recalibrates its foreign policy amid growing friction with the West. A sweeping trade war has only isolated Beijing further. And with the United States seen as a common rival, is China seeking genuine ties with India or just building alliances to counter the American pressure?
Trade routes are reopening, people-to-people ties slowly rekindling. But as both India and China test a diplomatic reset, the big question remains, can both India and China move past the mistrust, or is it merely a diplomatic and a geopolitical convenience for Beijing? And
joining us live from Tianjin this morning, continuing our coverage with with all that's happening on the ground from the SCO venue. In fact, is Gauri Dwivedi, our executive editor. She and Aditya were the first Indian crew on the ground. A historic day. You know, Gauri, no matter what anyone says, the analysts are right. We should be cautious about what to expect from this reset. But it's an important day. There is no doubt about it. You're at the venue now. What's happening? Not long to go before the big meeting between Modi and Xi.
Indeed, and let me start with now to both Shiv and Vishnu in the studio and our viewers around the world watching this coverage. Yes, it's a very important day, a very historic day, simply because this is a meeting that is taking place in the backdrop of all that both of you have been talking about, the context, both from the trade point of view, the political headwinds point of view, and the national security concerns that both of you have highlighted. In 7 years, Prime Minister Modi is here in China. There is a highly anticipated bilateral meeting that will take place in just about an hour to go. And this is the SCO venue. Around the world, journalists have been coming. And the only question that everybody is asking is, what will come out of this summit? So trust me, this is a meeting, this is a bilateral that the world is watching. Every international journalist, every international expert that has spoken to here, since I came to China, the only thing they've asked is, what do you think is going to come out of the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping? So we are tracking this, the world is tracking this, and so is Donald Trump as well. So three important things that we need to sort of highlight here in the coverage as we wait for the meeting and the big messaging to come out of it. One needs to be cautious of the fact that there's been progress, but there's also been incremental progress, more in the people-to-people aspect of this relationship, and the contentious issues do remain. And let's also keep in mind that SCO, when it was started, had security as its undercurrent, tying China and some of the core countries that joined it way back when it was Shanghai 5, so to say. So security is a very important layer of these discussions. How much of that is likely to happen in the bilateral discussions, even in the summit level discussions, remains to be seen. And the third important point that I want to, of course, also mention is that this happens at the time when the Trump tariff, the headwinds with regard to Trump administration, not just tariff, but also the shrill rhetoric that's come in. Even if the NYT report, it's still not confirmed, it has been validated by any of the governments. But the messaging, the timing, it sends that shrill message. And I think those headwinds coming in from the Trump administration are also likely to be factored in some of these discussions that will take place here.
Gauri, do we have any idea how long the two leaders might meet? Is there a time which has been allotted? And do we expect a joint statement? I doubt whether there's going to be a press conference, but will there be a joint statement?
No, there's no joint statement lined up as far as we know right now, Vishnu. In terms of the timing, it is expected to be about 40 odd minutes is the ballpark figure that we are told. And as far as details are concerned, that is something that we will get to know during the course of the day. But I guess that is only when the second bilateral will also be finished. That's when we'll get more details of it. Prime Minister Modi also has a bilateral with Myanmar, but that's later in the day. Yeah. But specific to the this important meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, a statement is not expected to come out as of now. And in terms of key takeaways, I think that is something only during the course of the day that we'll get more details of.
Okay. No, but that's interesting, Gauri. You're saying no joint statement, no press conference. We would get details.
Press conference will take place in the evening. I said that. Okay. Yeah, press conference.
So press conference in the evening
by the External Affairs Ministry.
By the Foreign Minister, for Foreign Secretary.
Yeah, that will take place in the evening. That's expected to be about 6:30 p.m. IST. It's 9 p.m. here local time. That's when it will take place in the evening. I think that will be summing up the two bilateral meetings that the Prime Minister will hold.
All right. So that's absolutely key. We'll get a clear idea of what's taking place.
So those are the facts for now. Let's put that caveat right now. Those are the facts for now. If things change in the next 51 minutes and they decide that the timings are going to change, or there is going to be a brief statement or maybe a joint statement, we don't know. But as of now, as Gauri is reporting from the SCO, there is no joint press conference or joint statement lined up at this point of time. And let's be very clear, Gauri is standing right in front of the SCO venue, NDTV reporting live from there. We're getting inputs from inside, outside, from the Indian team, from our contacts within the Chinese
No,
government.
but Shiv, it is an issue. I won't use the word issue. It is interesting.
For sure,
that there is not going to be a joint statement.
Yeah.
This to me indicates that in as much as there may be some sort of progress, it's not going to be at the level where both sides are coming together and saying we have jointly agreed on something. What will happen by the end of the day is India will say that, all right, these were the discussions which were held. This is what we have decided to do in a very matter-of-fact way. But the fact that you don't have a joint statement, at least not yet, right, is indicative to me. And I think that's an important point.
Let's see what Gauri thinks about. Gauri, the two sides, as we understand it, were trying to, negotiate the possibility of having something to say or something to share jointly, when the two leaders meet in China. Obviously, it's not easy at all. But if there is going to be no joint statement, probably all of those announcements will come in the Foreign Secretary's briefing then.
That is what the expectation is so far, Shiv. And, two things I would like to say. This is something that many within the establishment are saying, and many, in fact, close to the ME have also been pointed out, that let's not forget that this is actually an SCO summit meeting taking place in China. It is not a bilateral visit to China. That's a very important distinction to be kept in mind. Also, some of the contentious issues, there may be only incremental progress there. And that remains to be seen as to how much of that can be highlighted at the bilateral level. And there's also discussions that would have taken place for a summit declaration to be adopted, right? So that also is something that needs to be kept in mind. This is a summit declaration that comes after Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh walked out of the defense minister's SCO meeting, where he did not participate and did not accept the SCO declaration then at the defense minister's level. So some of those discussions
we would want an explicit mention, Gauri, on terrorism in the SCO declaration, right?
Yeah.
That position of ours will never change. So that is an expectation of New Delhi's, right?
Of course, that will never change. And as far as terrorism is concerned, as far as Pahalgam is concerned, one also needs to keep in mind that these discussions are happening after that, after Operation Sindoor, after Pahalgam, after India sent out a new normal that any act of terror will be treated as an act of war. So those are the changes and after which this meeting is taking place. So for then, in terms of expectations, the sense would be to probably keep them more tempered simply because the progress may be more incremental rather than game-changing in its nature.
There can be no negotiation on mention of terror in any statement that comes out of the SCO. We saw Rajnath Singh actually walk out from the defense minister's iteration of what happened at the SCO in Tianjin. We'll keep a track of that. Gauri, enjoy the day. It's going to be a big one for you there in Tianjin. We'll keep coming back to you. The SCO venue right behind Gauri and Aditya. They're going to be inside the next time we probably speak to them. We're going to take a very quick break. Only 48 minutes to go for that big meeting between Modi and Xi. Come right back. NDTV is on the big story today.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right?
I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने training वगैरह?
मैंने training भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon.
So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there.
Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है सर.
So this is Indian made?
Yes.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from sir AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made.
That
sir.
is also Indian.
Yes, sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे.
अच्छा.
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे.
करेक्ट. लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खंडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोर हैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें. बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है.
ओके. सर. हाँ चलिए.
फायर लाइन ऑफ. हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ. फायर भर. चलो सामने टारगेट. अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर.
If it matters to you, it matters to India. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
Day absolutely for India and China. In about 40 odd minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets the Chinese President Xi Jinping in Tianjin on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet. It's an important bilateral meeting between the two leaders. It's scheduled to go on for just under 1 hour. Will there be some sort of progress in terms of the India-China relationship, which has really been fairly awful since the Galwan clash of 2020? We'll find out all of that. There is a press conference which is going to be held later on this evening where we'll know the big takeaways of what India and China have achieved. But for now, let's take a look at what's been happening in Tianjin and the warm reception that the Prime Minister received from the Indian diaspora there.
We're reporting from the SCO summit here in China. In a few minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping would be meeting. There will be a tango between the tiger and the dragon. But what will this result into? Will the mistrust be forgotten? What about the trust deficit? There are a few Indians who have come here right outside. You can see the venue. They're waiting for the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. They welcomed the Prime Minister last evening here in China. Let's try and find out from them what they are here looking forward to. आप मुझे बताएं, please tell me that what are you looking forward to when you meet, Prime Minister here? And do you think that this is the time that India and China need to come together and give a response to Trump?
Yeah, this is the right time to give the answer to the Western countries. How South countries, how China, India is moving towards something new, something innovative. There are lots of business opportunity between China and India. If this summit has some good bilateral, then you will see the Western country will come to this region and they will come to India, and then we need to put a more tariff on that. So this is the answer to the Trump. He should. Yesterday you have seen that how people from Indian community have greet the Modi. So now the world is going to see how Modi will move. This is the time. This is a real time for India. This is the we are on path of world guru, Vishwa Guru.
All right, we are on the path of becoming the Vishwa Guru. That's what people and the Indian diaspora mean here. And they're saying that this will be a loud message to Donald Trump. Let's see what really happens at the SCO meeting. For NDTV, we'll be bringing all the live updates. This is Aditya Rajkol reporting live from the SCO summit here in China for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा.
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
India's defence game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready. Stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honourable Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025. Warfare in the 21st century.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that
has been in a state of flux, from conflict to India's crowd.
All right, well, just 35 odd minutes before Prime Minister Modi meets the Chinese President Xi Jinping, as we wait to see, and we hope to have some images of that and get details through the afternoon on what really transpired in those talks as India and China get into a reset mode. Let's take a look at what the Prime Minister has actually told a Japanese newspaper, which asked about, the prospects of this meeting. Remember, the Prime Minister headed to China from Japan, where he's had a very successful visit. He says that India seeks a stable, predictable and amicable bilateral relationship with China. India and China are neighbors and the two largest nations on earth. In terms of population, the ties are crucial for a multipolar Asia, and a multipolar world can have a positive impact on regional and global peace and prosperity. It is important for India and China to work together, and working to bring stability to the world economic order is important. India is ready to advance bilateral relations as well. On President Xi's invite, India, in other words, the Prime Minister, is traveling to Tianjin for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, and positive progress is being made in our bilateral ties, and there is an effort to enhance strategic communication to address our developmental challenges. So that's what the Prime Minister has told the Japanese newspaper ahead of his visit to Tianjin. That's where he is now, and that's where in 34 minutes from now, he's set to meet the Chinese president. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech.
Good morning and welcome to our viewers in India and across the world. In exactly 31 minutes from now, it's a meeting which the whole world will be looking at. Prime Minister Modi meeting the Chinese President Xi Jinping. In 2020, there were violent clashes in eastern Ladakh. The relationship went into a free fall. But there's an attempt now at a massive strategic reset.
We're going to give you analysis, live coverage from Tianjin in China, and we're keeping it absolutely real. No over-the-top coverage. We're going to be giving you the facts. We're going to give you the reality between India and China, because this is one relationship where you don't want to step across what is actually on the ground.
You don't like the word atmospherics, do you?
The atmospherics are fine. We're going to be showing you all of those atmospherics, and there are going to be lots of atmospherics in Tianjin, but we keep a very close eye on what the national interest is going to be as far as India is concerned. Let's get a look at the headlines first.
There's a key Modi-Xi bilateral just minutes away now, 30 minutes away. A bilateral that signals a new phase in India-China ties amidst the US tariff threat. NDTV brings you all the updates from China and keeps an eye on Washington as well, who will be quite clearly watching.
Putin has landed in China. Remember, this is the SCO summit, not a bilateral. In an interview, Putin has slammed discriminatory sanctions by the Trump administration. There is a key Modi-Putin bilateral in Tianjin at the SCO tomorrow.
An interesting development ahead of the Prime Minister Putin meeting bilateral tomorrow morning. Narendra Modi has spoken to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who's conveyed and has conveyed India's commitment to a peaceful settlement of the Ukraine conflict.
This is what I must tell you, that this is a key takeaway for us, that in less than 50 weapons, we were able to achieve conflict termination.
Huge exclusive at the NDTV Defense Summit yesterday. Indian Air Force Vice Chief says 50 missiles fired by the Indian Air Force in Operation Sindoor. And that was all it took to drag Pakistan to the ceasefire table. And it's only 30 minutes to go, less than 30 minutes to go for the big Modi-Xi bilateral. It's a meeting that is expected to start at about 9:30 today. We are told it could last about 40 minutes. The two leaders will be, of course, joined by their teams and interpreter as well. The Trump tariff war widely seen to have not only accelerated but added a special flavor to this engagement between Modi and Xi. Many are calling it a reset, a reboot, a renewal of ties between the two countries. It comes after 7 years. It comes after the Ladakh standoff between India and China as well. And we've got Aditya Raj Kaul and Gauri Dwivedi on the ground in Tianjin, Vishnu, this morning, tracking the last 30 minutes before this big handshake.
So, Aditya, let me come across to you first. What are we going to actually see? Is this happening deep inside? Will video be released presumably at some stage? Will we get a sense of what actually transpired in these talks? And finally, the big question, do we expect a breakthrough or something less than that?
Well, good morning to you all from the SCO. When you hear in a few minutes from now, the big handshake happens between Modi and Xi Jinping, Vishnu and Shiv. But clearly, there's been a lot of talk about, the reset of the ties really diplomatically. I won't go that far. That's a far-fetched thought as of now. I would, in fact, say that this is slow beginnings that are being made. And of course, just like Shiv says, that we need to thank Trump and the White House for, trying to hasten this entire process, really. But there's been a lot of mistrust, honestly, on a serious note. Apart from Galwan, the Pakistan being supported by the Chinese intelligence, and the way during the Operation Sindoor they were supporting them has been noted by New Delhi very, very seriously. And that is one of the instances that will be quoted here during the meeting about the Chinese support to Pakistan. There needs to be condemnation on terrorism. There cannot be any differentiation between good terror and bad terror. The cross-border terrorism emanating from Pakistan needs to be condemned in the presence of the Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif here at the SCO meeting. But, apart from that, people-to-people contact, of course, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra beginning after many, many years. Apart from that, a direct flight between Delhi and Beijing. The hydro sharing of statistics is very key and needs to be implemented. Mind you, there's only consensus that's been achieved. Those 5 points that were suggested during the Wanghi and Ajit Doval meeting a few days back in New Delhi. But there's a lot that needs to be implemented in practice. That needs to be awaited. I see some headway when it comes to people-to-people contact.
Yeah.
But, major decisions or major strategic maneuvering will certainly not happen here. It would be much more than what we saw in Kazan. There have been several meetings already, but I would say bigger than the China-India meeting, the Modi-Putin meeting is something that could perhaps have much more when it comes to headlines.
In fact, I wanted to talk to you a little bit, Aditya and Shiv, about that. Here you've got Volodymyr Zelensky and Prime Minister Modi having a phone call where India says that we want peace as far as Russia and Ukraine is concerned. Navarro made that remark, that silly remark, that the path to peace goes through New Delhi. Now, New Delhi, in a sense, has never disputed that. We've had our Prime Minister go to Kiev. I was there for that, trying to ensure that there is a peace.
He kind of preempted that, looks like.
But it is quite interesting that tomorrow Putin and Modi have a meeting. They'll be talking about all sorts of things. If Prime Minister Modi were to reach out to the Russian president and say, get on with getting this peace happening, then India might actually have a role. And if things do work in that way, then perhaps Washington will not be as irritated about us importing Russian oil, which will happen irrespective or not of whether Washington is irritated. I'm just trying to see if there is a jigsaw over here which works and forms a particular shape. Aditya.
Well, certainly. Of course, it's a big meeting between Putin and Modi. This Modi is one of the leaders, all across the globe who went to Moscow, who went to Kyiv and met both Putin and Zelensky and spoke to them about peace. Modi is one leader who actually spoke about not just about this is not being an era of war, but also how solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. That became the mantra of the G20 in 2023 at Bharat Mandapam, where a historic consensus was achieved. But we have come a long way from that time. There's been continuous, shelling that's been happening, rockets being fired, a lot of killings in Ukraine. As I said earlier, the US president came on this flank of building on peace and ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. But in the last 6 to 7 months, nothing really has been achieved, apart from the Alaska summit, which came out with veiled threats, etc. But nothing concrete came out of it. So Modi-Putin meeting is very, very critical. And Zelensky's huge social media post clearly indicating that he has reached out to Modi ahead of the SCO meeting clearly is the indication of the fact that Zelensky and Ukraine have faith in India, have faith in the largest democracy in the world, that we can certainly play a critical role in building on the peace momentum when it comes to Ukraine.
What were the noises you were hearing there in Tianjin and the other parts of China, Aditya, when the Zelensky social media post arrived? That was a little unexpected. We do know the two leaders have engaged, but it landing, the Prime Minister taking that phone call in China, before this meeting, a couple of days after Pete Navarro said all those very aggressive things, calling India a strategic freeloader, saying, the path to peace passes through Delhi. What were Chinese journalists and others you were speaking to say?
Well, Maharaja of tariffs of all. Such statements coming in from there, the bullying that's been happening. Everyone is noticing this. The American media has taken, American media has reached here at the SCO summit. In fact, I was traveling with one of the top channels of the US here, who have flown in here from Hong Kong, and their whole idea was around the tariffs, that how is India going to deal with the tariff threat, and that when tariffs have really been implemented. And who knew within 24 hours everything is going to completely change, Shiv. It's not merely tariffs, it is India's increasing role in global standing, and of course how India has been approached by several countries, including the Ukraine president, for the peace process really to begin. So we'll have to wait and watch what Modi really conveys to Putin, because it's not just about peace, it's about tariffs, it's about a lot that's been happening all across. So main SCO summit and the joint declaration would happen today, but the larger message, the larger headline and the big developments in the strategic policy maneuvering is about the Modi-Putin meeting really. What is going to happen from that? Will there be some kind of a joint statement? Will there be some announcements on the trade that India and Russia plan to do in the coming days?
Priyanka, how will Washington be watching this meeting between Xi and Modi?
Well, Washington, Trump will definitely be watching. We can expect an immediate post from him on his Truth Social platform. That's what I predict. But the reason why Trump is calling India out, right? Jaishankar is talking about these double standards. But what Trump is saying is that India is actually uniquely profiting from Russian oil. There's many countries, as Dr. Jaishankar said, that buy Russian oil. So why should India be singled out with such high tariffs? But India is one of the only countries that is consuming it, buying it, and then refining it and selling it to other countries. So
including the US.
Is that we are one of the only countries that is profiting from the war. Now, that is why he's trying to impose these tariffs to gain leverage. But this is an incredible chance for PM Modi to meet with President Putin. He has a meeting with him at this summit. It is an incredible opportunity for Modi and Russia to actually use their relationship and try to influence Russia to stop the war. That might be, and that's probably what the call from Zelensky was also about.
Aditya, can we just, the four of us over here, go through the problems we have with the relationship with America? Number one, we're a laundromat for Russian oil. Number two, we're a strategic freeloader. Number three, the war to peace.
Maharaja of tariffs.
Maharaja of tariffs. The path to peace between Russia and Ukraine passes through New Delhi. H-1B visas are a problem. Students told 4 years, take your degree and get out, right? Illegal immigrants bound in cuffs and sent back in a not too polite way. I'm not sure I necessarily disagree with that, but that's something which has irked a lot of people over here. What else? And of course, the big Op Sindoor peace. The big Op
to forget
Sindoor
the
peace.
democracy lessons that we get from the US and the annual religious reports, religious freedom reports.
Oh yeah, and freedom of press, by the way.
That's right. Journalists also have restrictions, but that applies to journalists from all over the world applying over there.
And there are restrictions now.
But at the same time, there's very few countries that are, of course, a lot of countries are buying the oil. We're not, the US is not saying anything about that. A lot of countries are using it for their own use. But India is one of the only people or one of the only countries that's profiting from it because we're selling it. That's exactly what Trump is saying. This, according to Trump, is why India is being unfair because we're acting like a middleman and profiting off of a war.
But the United States is buying some of that oil. That's the hypocrisy here.
There would be an oil shock, Shiv, if India were to stop that. I'm not saying that you're justifying it, Priyanka. I'm only saying that this entire argument being raised in the United States, it's a frivolous argument. There would be an oil shock if India stopped importing Russian oil. There would be oil inflation quite possibly. Who uses refined Indian oil? It's not just India. Countries around the world do that. And it's helped. In the past, the US has said, okay, fine, go ahead and do it. Why has this emerged all of a sudden? Aditya?
Yeah. I mean, the Americans have facilitated it. And now suddenly they take a U-turn. The former US ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, had put out a huge statement saying that, yes, we understand why India is doing this and we encourage India to do it. And why this complete U-turn now? So this has shocked Indians because there is a strategic bilateral global partnership between India and US. A strategic partnership and sanctions cannot go all together. So I think there would be, strategic calculations that would be made by the White House as well. Perhaps it's time that there needs to be a course correction. But with Trump, you really do not know whether that will happen now or not.
Shiv is a big friend of Trump's, and he was debating with me a little while earlier. If we ran a prominent caption, Nobel for Trump, things might change.
Guys, by the way, Trump, Vishnu is right. Trump is a good friend. I'm a big admirer of him. I've been hearing murmurs, guys. Priyanka, weigh in on this first. About Trump's planned visit to India later this year for the Quad. What's going on? We've been hearing rumors. There have been some reports. There have been some corrections. I can only imagine what's happening in your WhatsApp, Aditya. But Priyanka, what are you hearing?
He might. There are a lot of rumors, but everything is unconfirmed. As you know, Modi and Trump do have a lot of respect for each other. Yeah. Trump has said that Modi is a very, very tough negotiator. There is a lot of mutual respect over there. And keep in mind that tariff wars at this point, it is still under negotiation. So I think that the Trump-Putin meeting right now at the SCO summit is very, very strategic, and it might actually determine whether Trump makes a very friendly visit to India later on this year.
I think everyone's holding off on, taking any decisions that go beyond the next 30 minutes. I think we can all be very sure about that, right, Aditya? Nobody's going to say, I'm going to come or I'm not going to come to India yet. They're going to see how things play out right now.
It would be nice if a few of us, if you're talking about coming and going from one country to the other, were actually privileged to travel to China. In my case, I wasn't given a visa. But
Aditya was.
That's another story. But Shiv, one thing is sure that, if Trump doesn't come to India, he's going to miss on the chole bhature and kundru that you love so much. So,
among many other things. But yeah, you're right. I think Team Trump that has been in some ways sort of unleashed to say all these very unsavory things about India is going to weigh its options, see how things really roll before taking a decision. The Quad Summit is scheduled for later in the year, so there's some time for that. But there are all these moving parts that need to be looked at, whether it is Xi Jinping, whether it is Zelensky, whether it is Putin, all of those things, where they fall, what meetings take place at the SCO, what phone calls take place after this. Will there be another escalation from the White House or from Team Trump's advisors while the Prime Minister is at the SCO today and tomorrow? That's something that cannot be ruled out as well. So we'll have to look at all of those things. Let's open it up a little bit. Priyanka and Aditya continue to be with us from China and the US. Let's open it up. We've got many more experts and analysts joining us on our coverage to help us decode what is essentially a pretty complicated affair. But before I go to them, a quick look at the timeline. October 21st is when there was a pact between the two countries to resolve the border conflict. Now, these are big words because this border conflict, as you know, has been festering for a very long time. Let's move that forward. October the 23rd, Prime Minister Modi and President Xi met in Kazan in Russia. That was seen to be the beginnings of the reset that we're seeing move forward right now. November 19th last year, the External Affairs Minister and Wang Yi, the Foreign Minister of China, had met. This was the first of a series of meetings that has spilled over into this year. Let's keep moving this forward as fast as possible. June 25th to 26th, Rajnath Singh was in China for the SCO meet. That particular meet didn't go very well over protests by India that Pahalgam had been expunged from that joint statement. In June, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra actually began with the first group of pilgrims going into Tibet for the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra at that point. And this was seen to be a very visible sort of de-escalation diplomatically between the two sides. August the 18th, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi was here in India. He met with the National Security Advisor, the External Affairs Minister, as well as the Prime Minister. And this was something that pretty much cleared the decks for what we're seeing happen in Tianjin right now. The Prime Minister is in Tianjin right now, and that meeting is going to take place just about 15 minutes from now is when the big Modi-Xi bilateral takes place. Vishnu, we're joined by a lot of experts. Let's open this up now.
I've got some breaking news coming in just now, an update from Tianjin. The meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi is expected to start shortly. So that's the big breaking news we can actually talk about right now. This is information that I've got coming in from the Indian delegation in Tianjin, where the Prime Minister and President Xi are expected to start their meeting shortly. The meeting, as we've been reporting, will last approximately 40 minutes. So it's supposed to start in 12 minutes or so. It could start any time now. So essentially right on schedule. So that's what's all set to take place. Let's have that breaking up. An update from Tianjin that the meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi shortly. So that's what we've been waiting for. Let's go across now to Aditya Rajkol. Aditya, go ahead. We've got this update coming in. What do we expect? Are we going to see lots of video? Is it going to be played out prominently? What's the sense you're getting?
Well, yes, any time now that Prime Minister Modi would be meeting Xi Jinping, big bilateral happening, after Kazan, the positive headways that were made last year in Kazan would be taken forward. There have been a couple of meetings in the past as well between Ajit Doval and Wang Yi, and of course between Jaishankar and his Chinese counterpart. Of course, a lot is being said about the reset in the tides and a big test between India and China currently. But if you speak to foreign policy experts who've been tracking China for a very long time, they do not expect a major announcement likely after the bilateral. They expect the positive momentum in the fields of people-to-people contact really to be taken forward, perhaps to be implemented, including the direct flight between Delhi and Beijing. And of course, Already we've had the headway on the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, which has been started, and the hydro statistics that need to be shared between the two countries could be implemented as well. But when it comes to the boundary question, that remains a big major concern for India, where not just the boundary and the transgressions that have repeatedly happened, all is not well in eastern Ladakh as well, apart from the status quo that's in place currently. Apart from that, the Chinese have currently, in the past, repeatedly changed the names of villages in Arunachal Pradesh. That's a huge concern for New Delhi, that there was a strong statement by the Ministry of External Affairs. So these are concerns concerning the sovereignty and the security of the country that certainly will not be compromised. That remains a big red flag.
Aditya, very quickly, have the two leaders arrived at the SCO venue? Just checking on that.
Well, my information is that the bilateral is not going to happen at the SCO summit venue. It's going to happen at the hotel where Xi Jinping is staying.
Yes.
The Prime Minister is moving out of his hotel, which is the Vanda Vista Hotel in Tianjin, and then moving towards the other hotel where the Chinese delegation is. And there the meeting will begin any moment in the next 10 to 15 minutes, which will go on till 30 to 40 minutes. And perhaps by later tonight, at around 6:30 p.m. India time, there will be a press conference by a senior diplomat of India to give us details on what really happened and transpired in the bilateral.
Okay.
All right. The latest update is from the sources in the External Affairs Ministry is that meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi will begin shortly. Let's open this up, shall we, Shiv? Adil Brar, China expert, joins us. We're also joined by David K. Johnson, senior journalist, Namrata Hasija, research fellow with the Center for China Analysis and Strategy at the Stimson Center, and Mitali Nikore, who's an economist. Namrata, let me come to you first. Do you expect anything substantial out of this visit, or is it just a sign of confidence between India and China? Namrata, go ahead. Yeah. All right, we'll come back to Namrata in a moment from now. Let me take that across to Mitali Nikore. Mitali, do you believe that the economic ties between India and China are a low-hanging fruit, that they may be something as far, for example, as rare earths are concerned?
No, absolutely, Vishnu. I mean, if we look at the trade deficit that's currently on between India and China, it's at its highest point that it's been since the last almost 10 years. The ministry, in fact, released data very recently, and in fact, it points out that currently the trade deficit between India and China stands at almost $100 billion, and that's not really in our favor. So therefore, it is definitely in our interest to start to push towards joint ventures and joint explorations, more investment and co-investment from Indian and Chinese companies. However, this will take a lot of trust building and a lot of work, because a lot of companies in China who are involved in, say, rare earths, or who are even involved in semiconductor or renewable energy or even solar cell manufacturing, are in fact government-backed, state-owned entities, and therefore it becomes important that the government-to-government relationship is fixed first before we start talking about co-investments and trade.
Adil, how are you reading it? 7 minutes to go for this. We here, of course, on NDTV are putting out all the facts. There tends to be a great deal of hype when it comes to an India-China sort of reset. But obviously, these are very, very complicated engagements. There is a context to this particular one, given everything that's happening with Trump. You're in Taipei right now. How are you seeing this handshake that's coming up?
Thank you, Shiv. At the moment, the way I think China looks at this engagement with India is that they want to build the confidence that was, building up over the last few months, and they want to continue that momentum, as the last speaker also mentioned. But the key thing that China wants from India is that there are certain aspects of the SCO where India can play a major role in terms of, moving forward. The joint statement, India has questioned the issue of joint statement in the past. They've raised questions about terrorism. So these are some of the sticking points that China wants to get over so that they can move forward and have a successful SCO meeting at the moment. And in terms of the bilateral relationship, we have seen there are many sticking points like trade. There's a huge deficit with China. There's also the issue of visas. The direct flights that both sides are talking about starting haven't really started. So there's a lot of symbolism here, but actually delivery on some of these key things has not been done yet. So that's what they are going to discuss. And China hopes that India can
come the halfway that they are also going to walk.
David K. Johnston, the fact that India and China want a reset in their relationship, does that impact the broader India-US strategic partnership, which appears in the last few days to essentially be on hold?
I think you're seeing the early stages of a complete reworking of the world trade order. The incompetence and the illegal tariffs that Trump has put forth have created a whole series of decisions, which this is one of the most important, about let's reorder trade instead of having U.S. dominance of the trade around the world. China has been the biggest beneficiary so far of the utterly incompetent practices of the Trump administration. And China believes that it should be the dominant power in the world. No question about that. It has its own agenda here to pursue. And so long as Donald Trump remains as the American president with his policies that are all based on his ignorance of economics, his belief in mercantilism, which was discarded hundreds of years ago as an economic theory, we will see further efforts by other countries to develop their own pacts. We're seeing Europe and Japan working on new trade agreements. And what we could end up with at the end of the day are trade zones from which the U.S. is excluded rather than being a dominant factor. And this is simply, this meeting, this rapprochement is a very early stage in that realignment of the pattern we've had for the last half century.
It's interesting because there are always all these expectations from an India-China engagement at any level, but one has to be pretty realistic. Even if you accept that there is a special context and a special sort of flavor and a complexion to this particular engagement, it is one that arose from the Kazan handshake that happened in October last year. But everything that's happened in the last 2 weeks has completely changed the context of what's happening. Namrata, if you can hear me now, go ahead, give us your sense. 5 minutes to go for that scheduled bilateral between Modi and Xi Jinping. How are you reading this? A tactical thaw between the two countries, confidence building, or something more?
Sorry, I can't hear your question. Can you please repeat?
Okay,
Shiv.
We'll try and fix these technical issues, and we'll come back to you in a little while later on. Mitali Nikore, the fact of the matter is that India and China, despite all the problems that we've had, do remain close economic partners in terms of the trade, which has never really gone away. Do you really expect that to step up at the very least? Because at so many levels, India and China economically are connected.
No, absolutely, Vishnu. I think for the Chinese particularly, India offers a very, very promising new market because even though the exports of China to India or Indian exports from China are nearly 100 billion right now, but that doesn't mean that the market cannot grow. There are new areas, particularly in renewable energy, infrastructure, even defense equipment, where there is a lot of cooperation that's possible. And even on the services side, India can gain from aligning with China on the new AI discoveries that China is working on and the AI and ML missions that China has launched. So I think there's a lot to gain in terms of mutual work.
David, quick question to you. There was a phone call between Volodymyr Zelensky and the Indian Prime Minister yesterday that was unexpected. It wasn't the two leaders had spoken just a few days ago, but they've spoken again yesterday. Modi has this Putin bilateral scheduled in China tomorrow. Do you think there's going to be a response or a comment from Trump? He's been saying a lot. He's been saying a lot through Pete Navarro as well. What do you think is going to come out from the White House?
Yeah, Donald, whom I've covered for 37 years, has been very quiet the last couple of days. And I think he's more concerned with domestic matters. But Zelensky has been very active, and I'm not surprised he reached out to Prime Minister Modi because he's in a very precarious position. And any thought that Vladimir Putin, unless forced by the rest of the world to stop, is going to cease his effort to conquer the free people of Ukraine and put them under the Kremlin's boot, I think is foolish. It's very clear what he intends to do. It's very clear that Ukraine is not his total target. He wants to rebuild the old Soviet Union, at least geographically. And he's very clearly a war criminal. He's been indicted as a war criminal. That's why he can only go to certain countries. Otherwise, he's subject to arrest. So, in the background of all of this, though, never lose sight of the fact that what's happening all over the world, the instability in the world, is because Donald Trump doesn't know anything. He knows nothing of world history, of economics. He's a con artist. He's the greatest con artist in the history of the world. He doesn't understand anything about conflicts between countries. And one of the best indications of that is higher tariffs on India, the seventh largest trading partner of the U.S., than on Pakistan, a country with a well-developed history of working with terrorist organizations, often contrary to the interests of the United States. I mean, what else screams the incompetence of Donald Trump? By the way, you guys said something earlier that is not factually correct. The United States does not have a shortage of oil. We are energy exporters at this point. For every 5 barrels produced by Saudi Arabia, the U.S. produces 6 or 7 barrels. We have a surplus of energy, fossil fuel energy.
Interesting. Okay, that's an important fact that you've put on the table. I just want to a quick heads up to all of our viewers tuning in that the scheduled time for that Modi-Xi bilateral has arrived. So we'll have
exactly 9:30.
We'll have a confirmation any moment now about whether the two leaders are meeting right now at that hotel in Tianjin, China. Images, of course, will come in a little later. It's a closed-door bilateral, as you can imagine. The two sides will be speaking. It's supposed to be a 40-minute conversation. Adil, the context of takeaways, there's always talk of, what do you expect? We are hearing there isn't going to be a joint statement, or a joint press conference. There's likely to be a briefing later in the day by the foreign secretary. Any expectations from this? Anything concrete at all?
Remember, Shiv, last June we had the SCO summit and Prime Minister Modi decided to skip that. And having Prime Minister Modi in China is a big win for China, for Xi Jinping personally. And they're going to host a big military parade in just a few days. And this is the whole symbolism in the context of what China wants to achieve from this SCO summit. We may not have the joint statement. It doesn't look like there will be one. But just having Prime Minister Modi in China, physically traveling for this summit, sends a big message to Washington, especially that China is not alone. There are differences between India and China, but there are also certain areas where India and China can work together despite their difficulties. And that's what will be the message that Washington will take away from this.
I just wanted to go back to David for a moment. David, I take your point about the US being a net exporter of oil. I think the point that we were trying to talk about was America's import of refined oil, a part of which, as I understand it, does come from India. India has been shipping approximately 265 billion of oil in the US, with America as a key destination. Last year, it was at about $38 billion. That included items like diesel, petrol, blending components, fuel oils, and aviation turbine fuel. I mean, this is extraneous to our broader discussion, but I think that's the point that's been made over here.
Yeah, you're exactly correct about that. The U.S. is in this bizarre position, and it goes again to the utter incompetence of the Trump administration, that it is objecting to the oil being refined and resold by India, that it's getting at a great discount. India is getting oil from Russia at about 20% below the world price. And the U.S. is indeed importing some refined fuels from India and other places. But overall, it is not have a shortage. It has a surplus
not at all.
Of energy.
Yeah.
But in all of this, keep in mind that the leaders in China, who are very smart, highly educated people, look upon the Trump administration as their opportunity to step forward now and become the leading country of the world.
Yeah.
India and China 500 years ago were the two wealthiest nations in the world, and they're both on the rise. And the leaderships in both of those countries are highly competent, highly educated people, trained in diplomacy, trained in geopolitical issues. That's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't know what happened in Pearl Harbor in 1941. I mean, I don't know how anybody in the world could not know the event that launched what was a European war into World War II, but he didn't know that. That's an example of how completely out of touch he is and how poorly educated he is.
You're right that he's been quiet for the last couple of days, obviously preoccupied with domestic issues in the United States. But everything's happening right now in Tianjin in China. We'll have a confirmation shortly about that bilateral taking place, starting off between Modi and Xi Jinping. We've got a piece on what the Indian diaspora in China thinks. As Adil Braj just said, very important message that the Prime Minister has physically traveled for the SCO summit. We were the first to report that here on NDTV. Let's just show you that piece here by Aditya Raj Kaul on the ground in Tianjin.
We're reporting from the SCO summit here in China. In a few minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping would be meeting. There will be a tango between the tiger and the dragon. But what will this result into? Will the mistrust be forgotten? What about the trust deficit? There are a few Indians who have come here. Right outside, you can see the venue. They're waiting for the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping. They welcomed the Prime Minister last evening here in China. Let's try and find out from them what they are here looking forward to. आप मुझे बताएं, please tell me that what are you looking forward to when you meet Prime Minister here? And do you think that this is the time that India and China need to come together and give a response to Trump?
Yeah, this is the right time to give the answer to the Western countries, how South countries, how China, India is moving towards something new, something innovative. There are lots of business opportunity between China and India. If this summit has some good bilateral, then you will see the Western country will come to this region and they will come to India, and then we need to put more tariff on that. So this is the answer to the Trump. He should. Yesterday, you have seen that how people from Indian community have greet the Modi. So now the world is.
All right. Breaking news now. We can confirm that the bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi Jinping has begun. We'll get Aditya Raj Kaul in just a moment. Exactly on time, Shiv.
Yeah.
And we're first to break on NDTV. This big story that's now happening. We'll bring you images, video of that as soon as we get it, which should be any time now. Shiv?
That's right. On time, 9:30 a.m. is when that bilateral has begun. You're hearing it first here on NDTV. Vishnu obviously plugged in with his sources both in India and China. This is the first bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping since the Galwan clash in 2020. It's a very, very big bilateral. There are lots of expectations, but they are being calibrated and tempered because of the realities, obviously, that exist between the two countries. There's a huge number of things to discuss. At this point, we understand that the meeting will last about 40 minutes. It's behind closed doors, obviously, but there will be images here on NDTV anytime now. Very, very shortly, there will be that Kodak moment, that photo op where the two leaders actually shake hands and pose for the cameras. So we will get you those pictures first here on NDTV. So keep looking at your screen because this is the big handshake of the year. It has been accelerated, it has been catalyzed by what's been happening between India and the United States. But this is quite independently and quite separately a relationship that has been through a great deal of historic turbulence in the last 5 to 6 years. And that's the reason why what happens in Tianjin today will radiate out and shape the India-China relationship in the years going forward. Vishnu, big news break by you here.
I think what is interesting, Shiv, and just again confirming for our viewers that the two leaders are now talking, is very much premised on what was agreed on a couple of days back between Wang Yi, the Chinese foreign minister, and Ajit Dovala, our special representative, and also Mr. Jaishankar. What have they agreed on? They have agreed on special representatives mechanism on the boundary question to keep more on that. More talks between the National Security Advisor, the External Affairs Minister, etc., etc. There will be a water resources cooperation effort as well. China has agreed to lift restrictions on the export of fertilizers, rare earth materials, and tunnel boring machines to India after this meeting a couple of days back. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra was resumed. It will become bigger right now. The granting of visas for nationals of either country, direct flights between India and China. Now, that's one part of it. The other part of it is the big issue. There is only one massive issue between India and China,
the border issue,
which is the boundary.
Yeah.
Delimitation of the boundary. There has been a renewed thrust in referring to the 2015 bilateral agreement between India and China. Once again, the two sides are going back to agreements which have existed to ensure that there is peace. The word de-escalation is now seeing use again, as also disengagement. Disengagement is when soldiers who are eyeball to eyeball move back a little bit, they move away from their contact points. De-escalation is when you look at the larger issue. So now, in those talks in New Delhi a few days back, there has been an agreement that, look, right, let's get back to the larger picture, and for that we need political direction from our leaders. Presumably, that political direction is being addressed over here. Now, that doesn't mean that India and China say it's all over, we're all friends, and this is the it's not a boundary, it's a border. No, but there will be direction. And so we're going to have to see if it's low-hanging fruit or something larger.
Okay, is it going to be low-hanging fruit or something larger? We will know in the next maybe 20-25 minutes. I'm guessing the first indications from this meeting will come out. There will be lots of analysis of body language, about the initial comments, the public comments, whether there's going to be a joint statement. As of now, there is going to be no joint statement. But Aditya Rajkol is on the ground in Tianjin. Priyanka Deo joins us from Chicago. Aditya, a confirmation that the meeting has begun. Just take us through very quickly what you've been hearing. No joint statement expected as of now. It's going to be a 40-minute conversation, Aditya.
That's right. We can confirm from ground here at the SCO summit that on the sidelines, the first big meeting between Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi has begun. This is at the hotel where the Chinese president and the Chinese delegation is staying in the city. And of course, there's a lot being discussed about the Modi-Xi Jinping meeting. What will be the result of it? Will there be some major announcements or decisions that will be taken? As per my sources, clearly no. There are no joint statement that is expected. What we do expect, however, is that some headway will be made, some positive direction towards people-to-people contact, towards some beginnings of structured bilateral cooperation to an extent in the framework of the people-to-people contact. Of course, there are many irritants, including that of the border in eastern Ladakh and the provocations that have come in. There hasn't been any kind of a consensus that's been achieved there, apart from the status quo that continues. There is, of course, the question of the delimitation that Vishnu pointed out. And apart from that, the continuous support of China towards Pakistan on terrorism. This is one major issue that will be discussed as well. The issue of the Delhi, Beijing flight is under works. There are a lot of technical details that the flight operators need to discuss in detail, threadbare, that need to be implemented. And of course, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra and the hydro statistics sharing is a very critical component of this bilateral dialogue. So this is the SCO summit, and the big headline from here is the SCO summit, not the bilateral, clearly, because this is just one of the meetings that are taking place here. I've spoken to several diplomats, here last night at dinner, who are positive, who are saying that, this is a meeting in a positive direction, but certainly not much can be expected out of one meeting that is taking place here on the sidelines of the SCO. Perhaps there needs to be a planning for a bilateral visit either to New Delhi or Beijing later this year or early next year. Now that we know that Quad what may or may not happen, that's a question hanging in the air. There is certainly more bilateral cooperation that is expected between India and China. And of course, reiteration of the bilateral between India and Russia as well. But the key meeting between Modi and Xi has already begun. Within the next 30 to 40 minutes, we have more clarity with the first pictures coming in of the body language, of the tenor, of the way these leaders are speaking. We'll wait if any initial comments will come out of it. But clearly, a big development. Modi and Xi meeting here in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO meeting. We saw some positive momentum from the Kazan last year, and then a series of meetings between the leaders of the both countries, and now the top leaders meeting here in Tianjin. Clearly a significant development that the Americans and several Western countries would be also observing very closely.
All right. So in terms of meetings that are taking place, it's not just the one over here with President Xi. He'll be meeting the Myanmarese leader, Prime Minister Modi, later today. There was some talk about a meeting with the Iranian leadership. Are you hearing anything on that, Aditya?
Works. If it isn't a bilateral, then it will be a pull aside. But confirmation is only, Vishnu, about the 3 bilaterals that will happen. First one has begun between Modi and Xi Jinping. This will be followed by the bilateral with Myanmar. And tomorrow is that big day when Putin and Modi will be meeting, and this will be before Modi takes off for New Delhi. So clearly, these 3 are the formal structured bilaterals that will happen. But there are dialogue underway with Iran as well. If it isn't a bilateral, as I suggested, it could be a pull aside or a brief meeting between the top leaders of India and Iran, because India is certainly working on the rebalancing factor also. There is going to be a lot of rebalancing. Globally, India is seen as a very close partner of Israel, strategically speaking. There are defense ties, ties in technology, agriculture, water, but there's also historic ties with Iran. There is the Chabahar port as well. And a lot of communication that has continued between India and Iran during the recent 12-day war. And India spoke to both the leaders during that time as well. So clearly, India's significance as a peacemaker is of importance at the SCO summit. Zelensky reaching out, and now there is talk of the meeting between the Indian and the Iranian leaders.
Priyanka, you think Trump's going to have something to say in the next few hours about this this conversation that's taking place in China right now, or perhaps he's going to wait till the Putin conversation tomorrow? I mean, he's been pretty quiet for the last couple of days.
When does Trump have nothing to say? Of course, he's going to have something to say about it. But I think that he is going to wait until tomorrow, because tomorrow is a bit more relevant, and he's going to wait to see how Modi is handling both Xi as well as Putin tomorrow. And then I think he might make a statement on his Truth Social. So, I mean, keep in mind, this is one of the few multilateral forums where India, China, and Russia are literally sitting at the same table, attending the same summit without the US being present at all. So for India, it is a platform to engage with China without conceding, and also to build influence among Central Asian nations where China and Russia are dominant, which might sway what the conversation is about tomorrow as well. So I think that this is a significant opportunity for Modi to elevate his global stature and potentially position himself for a Nobel Peace Prize. So the Truth Social post may be about that.
Shiv and Aditya, let's just go through two key parts of the statement which was made in Delhi when Wang Yi was over here, because I think this visit and this bilateral now taking place is literally premised on these 2 statements. I'll read it out. The need to take a political perspective of the overall bilateral relationship while seeking a fair, reasonable, and mutually acceptable framework for settlement of the boundary question in accordance with the agreement on political parameters and guiding principles for settlement of the India-China boundary question signed in 2005. Lots of words, but essentially Wang Yi and Ajit Doval basically saying that India and China have now gone back to the 2005 India-China boundary question issue, that agreement between both sides, because after Galwan, all previous agreements were thrown away. I mean, we were almost at a state of war. So they've gone back to the basis upon which they want to figure out the problems. And number 2, setting up an expert group under the working mechanism for consultation and coordination on the India-China border affairs to explore, quote, early harvest in boundary delimitation in the India-China border areas. Now, the word early harvest, Aditya, came up in the Chinese readout as well. So they actually do want some takeaways. I mean, how would you look at these 2 points as being the basis of the talks taking place now?
Well, certainly there's been a positive headway. There's no doubt about that. And as we've discussed, the Trump tariffs have only tried to speed up the entire process of India and China trying to rebalance and think of getting together. I think Wang Yi meeting with Ajit Doval was very, very critical. That set the tone of the meeting between Modi and Xi here on the sidelines of the SCO, and the 5 points that were agreed on, 2 of them that you elaborated about the working committee and the expert group on the boundary question. And of course, on the sidelines on some people-to-people contact measures are very critical. So on the boundary question as well, we do expect some headway taking shape here. The formation of that expert group and the working committee will look into a time-bound resolution, at least in some areas. But will it happen? How long will it take is something that we need to wait and watch. But certainly China has proposed about the early harvest and about the boundary question. And this we speak even as Modi and Xi are meeting right now. There's a lot happening inside that room, and we're waiting for the details of the same. It's a big, big development with 2 major economies meeting together, discussing, among other things, trade as well, and resetting of the ties to begin with in a positive direction. As Priyanka said, Trump and the entire Trump administration would be watching it very, very closely. He's been unrealistically very, very silent these couple of days, but certainly we do expect some troubling remarks from him, perhaps tomorrow.
Because I agree with Priyanka. I think tomorrow is a little bit more relevant.
I want to hear what Navarro has to say. I'm not interested in Trump. I want to hear what Navarro has to say after Modi meets Putin. I think that's going to be more interesting.
I think Navarro may have been a little stumped by Zelensky's phone call yesterday to the Prime Minister, and maybe he's still figuring out what to do, and maybe his team has said, let's wait for the Putin meet, and then maybe we'll have a more well-rounded kind of response, or maybe he'll just think of something more racist to say. But Vishnu, I wanted to ask you, because you've tracked the boundary question for a long time. You've seen all the twists and turns firsthand as well, more than any of us. And I'm not saying that's because you're older than any of us, but I'm just saying.
He just rubbed it in and said that he wouldn't.
but I just want to say, it is the least low-hanging fruit. Let's be very clear. I think we can agree on that. The boundary question is the most aggressive issue between the 2 sides. It is the biggest issue between the 2 sides. It is the most stubborn issue between the 2 sides. India and China have gotten close to talking about a new approach and a new mechanism. How many committees have we heard about, Aditya, in our entire life that have sat and talked about this issue? But Vishnu, your perspective on that. We're least likely to see any visible kind of headway as far as the boundary question is concerned, despite all the noises and language being used in statements so far.
No, you're quite right. I think they will make more noises and more statements saying that we are now going to talk about de-escalation. We are now going to talk about delimitation. Just the use of the word delimitation is a huge step forward considering what we've seen. But this is not stuff that's going to be sorted out. Look, the difference is, look at the East. India, in Arunachal Pradesh, it is our state. China says it's their state. They go about, as Aditya was mentioning, renaming parts of Arunachal Pradesh in Mandarin. That certainly will not work for us. There are areas over there which are very sensitive. The Chinese have been building up along those border areas, in areas which India claims to be our own. So that's a huge issue over there. Somebody has to budge. Is India going to budge? Is China going to budge? We've seen violent clashes in Arunachal Pradesh as well. We've seen a massive build-up of Chinese air bases on their side, not just to the north of Arunachal Pradesh, but in the east of the Fingers area, which lies to the east of Arunachal Pradesh. The central sector, much more settled, much more peaceful. And, if there is...
Central sector is Uttarakhand, etc., right?
Yeah, it's much more settled, much more peaceful. And I think, there is a great deal more that is possible. That is a real low-hanging fruit in saying that, okay, fine, we are more or less sorted out over here. Let's ensure that remains. Eastern Ladakh, right? The fact of the matter is that after 1962, in fact, even before 1962, after 1959, beyond a certain point, India has not really been able to move east. The China, what they have done right now is that they have pushed their claim line to what the 1962 claim line was. And that is where the new line of control, as it were, in eastern Ladakh lies. Now, in the last couple of years, the good thing, and we forget about this, which has taken place, is the creation of buffer zones. For example, on the north bank of the Pangong Lake, between Finger 3 and Finger 8, is an area which India says is ours, China says it is ours. So they very smartly said that neither side is going to occupy that area. In Galwan, we claim that the bend of the river in the Galwan Valley is ours. China says no, it's ours. So neither side does that. They're several hundred meters behind. And that has happened in other places as well, right? So that's a smart way in the Hot Springs area, for example, where both sides have de-escalated their tensions. But what we now want is a movement over here, because you don't just want buffer zones, you want some sort of disengagement over here, some sort of boundary over here. You can call it a line of actual control, but it's not a buffer zone. It then just sort of improves the status of that. So can that be done? Again, that's something both sides will have to agree on.
And the point that everyone needs to be reminded is when the Galwan clash happened, and Aditya, I'll bring you in on this, it was the first time that there had been a significant violent escalation between soldiers on both sides since 1975. Since what happened in Nakula in Sikkim. That was the last time shots had actually been fired between the two sides. And even though no shots were fired in Galwan, the ferocity of the clash, which left 20 people dead on the Indian side, over 40 dead on the Chinese side, according to some reports, was one of the worst sort of non-war clashes between the two sides. So that needs to be kept in perspective as well, Aditya, that we are just 5 years out from what was, let's face it, one of the worst breakdowns in security on the border.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. There's no compromise when it comes to sovereignty or security, especially of our armed forces who are protecting and at the LAC all across. What happened in Galwan was unprecedented, unheard of really in many, many years. In more than 4 decades, first, very, very gory violence being reported, violent clashes in which we lost 20 of our brave hearts. And there were unprecedented losses on the Chinese side, which never really came out in open. At least the exact number did not come out, or the martyrs were not given the farewell that they really deserved. But the question really here is that, will we forget Galwan? Clearly, no. We will not forget Galwan, and we will certainly point out that there's much more that needs to be decided, that needs to be told to the Chinese about the sovereignty issue, about the boundary issue. But there needs to be some positive steps that need to be taken. Clearly, nobody expects that within a span of a few months or a years, there can be a resolution of the boundary question, particularly in eastern Ladakh and all across the LOC. But certainly, the Chinese need to be much more pragmatic in their approach. These boundary question talks that happen between the special representatives, Ajit Doval and Wang Yi, it clearly cannot be only diplomatic measures. There needs to be much more, and there need to be steps that need to be taken, not just formation of the expert committees and the working groups, but there needs to be practical on-ground steps taken by the militaries of these both countries. And that will only happen when China realizes that you can't always have an expansionist tendency. But when you have historical ties with India, you need to build on that momentum, especially in this time in history.
No, absolutely. And that's salami slicing of territory, which we've seen not just along the frontier with India, but what has taken place in the north of Bhutan. A completely, totally, 100% defenseless country, in the Doklam area, since both sides actually moved back. I was in China several years back when the Doklam issue, Aditya, was being resolved. I was actually on CGTN TV. And then in a panel discussion, I found the Chinese anchors being particularly aggressive towards me. In the course of that recording, Shiv, in the course of that recording, an agreement was arrived at. And within the next 5 minutes, the tone of the anchors was extremely conciliatory with me.
Interesting. I mean, I think that also, the story you've just told us, Vishnu, also shows that the talks between India and China, whether they're going to arrive at something that nobody expects, happens until the last minute. I actually want to, try and understand what happens inside these meetings, Vishnu. Who all are inside that room? Aditya, inside that room, inside that the venue at that hotel in Tianjin where the two leaders are meeting right now. Who all are in there with them? Just so our viewers know.
Well, there's no confirmation on External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, that I can tell you. We're not sure if Jaishankar is there because
we've got the first pictures on air, Aditya. You can keep going, but we've got the first pictures on air of the Prime Minister arriving at the venue for that. Vishnu, this is the Prime Minister arriving at the venue for that bilateral.
Yeah. Remember, it's not taking place at the SCO venue, as Aditya was mentioning. It's taking place in the hotel where President Xi is. Prime Minister Modi has gone in over there and with his delegation. So these are the very first pictures, and we've got it first on NDTV of the Prime Minister of India arriving in Tianjin in the hotel where President Xi is, where the talks have now been going on for the last 28 minutes.
So the first pictures, Aditya, the Prime Minister arriving for the bilateral. We'll have the picture of the handshake any moment now, Aditya.
Well, absolutely. The first picture breaking here on NDTV of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving for the first big bilateral, the handshake between the tiger and the dragon, the tango that happens within those 40 minutes of meeting that is taking place right now. But Shiv and Vishnu, you asked me a question about the bilateral, what really happens, who all are there. Most of the things that happen during the bilateral are already discussed. But this is a last-minute approach by the top leaders to have that kind of a bonhomie, and that bonhomie result in some kind of a positive measures that could be announced at the last minute. But most of the other stuff, the diplomatic stuff, has been discussed by either the foreign secretaries or the diplomats at the lower level or the ambassadors as such. Apart from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, NSA Ajit Doval is very much here. We have the India's ambassador to China, Mr. Rawat here. And apart from that, Vikram Misri, the foreign secretary, is also here in attendance. There are counterparts. We saw the visual of the China's ambassador to India, also welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday. As I said, there is a huge question mark whether External Affairs Minister Jaishankar is here or not, because there were some reports that he would be traveling to Europe. We'll have to wait for the visual of the meeting to come to confirm that. But these are the first visuals amid the tariff announcement of Trump. Of Prime Minister Narendra Modi now not just reaching China, but approaching...
Okay, we've got live pictures. Aditya, first live pictures of the meeting here. There's no audio in these pictures, so we're going to talk over them. Okay, there is no audio, just so our viewers know that there is no audio in these pictures. That's Prime Minister Modi along with Xi Jinping. First images of the handshake again here on NDTV of the two leaders shaking hands and their two delegations sitting down for this very, very important bilateral. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is also visible there in those pictures along with Prime Minister Modi. Wang Yi is there with the Chinese president. These are the first pictures of that bilateral. There's a quick glimpse of the handshake between the two leaders, which we'll put on your screen also in just a minute. Vishnu, first pictures.
I would assume the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is there as well, but this is just historic. It's the first time you've got an Indian Prime Minister in China since the Galwan clashes of 2020, which were fatal clashes. The fact that you've got them sitting down in conversations, in talks, that is absolutely huge, what is taking place. Now, let's be realistic, as we've been saying, that, don't expect very much. But I think the fact that you've got the leaders talking to each other, it's been preceded by a huge process, which has resulted in them coming to the stage, a process where the special representatives on the border issue have met Wang Yi and Ajit Doval, where both the leaders have said that, we have decided on all sorts of mechanisms to deal with the boundary issue, but we leave it now up to our political leaders to give us the guidance let us expect an early harvest, quote unquote. These are the words which have been used. Will there be that early harvest? I would suspect it may not be something very large on the border or boundary issue. If there is something, I would suggest it's on a part of the border or boundary, but perhaps it may not be that. But I will tell you what is likely to happen. Further statements on, trade between India, air travel, religious sites, more of them opening up in China. The Chinese have no problems with that per se. We expect more of that taking place, which would be in the context of the relationship very, very big. But it's the economic part of the relationship, the trade, the rare earths, the fertilizers, the chemicals, the electronics. India needs all of that. China is a world leader in manufacturing over there. Despite all of the problems that we've had with China, remember throughout this period, trade between India and China at many levels has continued. It's not enough to say that, we switched off TikTok and therefore the relationship from an economic standpoint went off. That's not the case. Shiv, I would like to know what actually happens of TikTok.
Yeah,
if you ask me, that's a fairly low-hanging fruit to be sorted out over.
Not just a low-hanging fruit, but one of possibly the widest possible interest, when it comes to populations across the country. Because let's face it, this is a young country. The banning of TikTok took a heavy toll on the online community as well. There has been talk about TikTok being unbanned. There was a rumor recently which the government actually denied. But
some people got it.
Is that even on the table? We don't know. We don't know if that's on the table, Vishnu. But if it is, it's no small thing. TikTok is a huge
it connects millions of people, around the world.
We don't know if it's on the table, but it's big. Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen that soon, quite frankly, because there's that entire concern in India at so many quarters about Chinese IT systems and social media infiltrating into the Indian setup and the impact that may have. Some of the fears are exaggerated. Some of them perhaps may not be. That's another sort of aspect of all of this. But just look at the pictures. I mean, who would have thought, 5 years after our soldiers were killed in action, Chinese soldiers killed in action in Galwan, there would be this situation where they're shaking hands. But Shiv, this is the point I was making. It's not a massive, there's no hug over there, right, which is Modi's style. There's nothing beyond a polite, courteous gesture among two, very formal. Very formal Usually. Is how I would characterize this. Very businesslike, right? And then getting down, a hand of friendship, a formal welcome, then both sides getting down, delegation level talks.
And Vishnu, also remember one thing, very formal, very procedural in many ways, cordial of course, polite, they both got smiles on their face.
And that's it, nothing more than that.
And we will read much into body language, even though, Xi Jinping tends to be quite an inscrutable leader. This is a country that plays a lot of mind games. These things are usually never representative of what's really happening beneath. Okay, Ambassador Ashok Kantha is with us. He's just come out with a book as well on India-China relations. Ambassador Kantha, very warm welcome to you. You've joined us live just as these pictures have dropped in, sir, of the handshake between Modi and Xi Jinping. I'm not sure you can see the pictures yourself, but you can well imagine.
No, I can see pictures.
You can see the pictures. Tell us, tell us what's going on. How do you read what's happening between the two leaders in this sort of photo op, but also the larger question of what you're expecting from this engagement, sir?
Well, photo op, I think Vishnu has characterized it quite well. It's a sort of business-like, matter-of-fact handshake. Neither side showing too much exuberance. I think that's very befitting. It's an important meeting, no doubt about it. The Prime Minister is visiting China after a gap of 7 years and under unusually difficult circumstances when our relations with the USA are under considerable stress and there is a process of rebuilding relations with China which is unfolding. But this is going to be a step-by-step process. There are difficult challenges. I heard earlier you discussing TikTok and those apps which were banned. That is just partly illustrative of the nature of problems, but partly also concerns we have vis-a-vis China. Security concerns, other concerns. So this will take time. What we are doing now, as I can understand, a dual track approach. On one side, we are putting greater primacy on border related issues. During last meeting of special representatives, we agreed to explore, early harvest and also, start the process of discussions on principles of de-escalation. And in parallel, we will move ahead with what we call people-to-people contacts and economic engagement. But if I could just enter a word of caution there, since you were referring to early harvest earlier, this is something we had explored with China. This is a Chinese proposal. At that time, it was limited to Sikkim sector alone. And after very careful consideration, we had turned down the proposal.
No, but Ambassador Kanta, could you clarify? Sikkim has a border, right, with China?
Yes.
And Nathula Pass is the major pass through which where the border stands. And then east of that, of course, is Doklam, which is Bhutan, as far as we are concerned. So in terms of low-hanging fruit, or what the Chinese actually call early harvest, those words find mentioned in our agreement, in our document as well, what are the other parts of the boundary which can be made into a border?
Vishnu, if we go as per understandings contained in Agreement on Political Parameters and Guiding Principles, April 2005, I happen to be lead negotiator for that. It envisages a package approach where we look at all sectors of boundary. We were not inclined to look at piecemeal approach limited only to Sikkim sector. As a via media, we had discussed possibility. At the minimum, we must settle both Sikkim and middle sector. Then we can leave eastern sector and western sector.
This is absolutely amazing. We've got the person who led the negotiations in the 2005 India-China boundary question on our screens right now, and that's what's been referred to in all of the sort of mentions, documents a couple of days back. So the parameters and guiding principles for settlement. The fact, Ambassador Kanta, that they're actually talking about that, right? Because everything was thrown away after Galwan is by itself significant, right?
I think that's very significant that, the consensus which was reached between National Security Advisor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi in their capacity as the respective special representatives in boundary question reaffirmed Agreement of 2005 on political parameters and guiding principles. So essentially, it involves a negotiated political settlement. And certain principles and parameters have been agreed, and we should adhere to them. I think they are very important, and from our point of view, they are good markers.
But Ambassador Kanta, in as much as you talk about the 2005 agreement, which was of course landmark, we've seen the Chinese violate that in letter and in spirit through salami slicing of territory, not just territory India claims, but look at what's happening in Bhutan, across the Himalayan frontier. It's something I've spent years outlining through satellite imagery. It is an absolute fact. So, is there willingness to go back, sir, to 2005? Is it an acceptance of the fact that what they've been doing will stop?
No, I'm not at all convinced that that's going to stop. I think we have to go by their action on ground rather than their sort of assurances. And action on ground has not been very encouraging, though of late I must say that the border areas are relatively peaceful, but there has been no progress toward de-escalation, so we still have troops deployed in very high numbers, which is not a happy situation. So the point I'm trying to make that some people are arguing in terms of reset in relations, I think that will be unrealistic. Some people are arguing that there must be a sort of Russia, India, China strategic convergence to counter USA. Again, that doesn't quite gel with objective realities. So let's improve relations with China. Let's seek what Prime Minister called stable, productive, and constructive relationship with China, which is very important, but with our eyes wide open.
All right, we've got some
audio from that meeting. Let's listen into the bilateral.
इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। एक्सेलेंसी, चीन द्वारा एससीओ की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद।
I just wanted to go back to Ambassador Kantha for a moment. Ambassador Kantha, since we are now talking about the 2005 agreement being the basis upon which these talks are taking place, and since you were lead negotiator, and it's an agreement I know quite well, Article 7 of that says, and I quote, this is language which you had worked on, in reaching a boundary settlement, the two sides shall safeguard due interests of their settled populations in the border areas. Why is this important? This is important because what China is doing is that they've been building villages in areas, including in areas which we claim to be our own, making villages over there, right, 100 home villages, and then saying that this is ours, and therefore they are going around Article 7 by saying that this is our settled population. I make a village, I therefore claim I have a population there. Does this not violate the letter and spirit of this?
But just to give you background, why we were keen on, this was our proposal that we must safeguard interest of us settled population, because as you know, Chinese would like us to see Tawang and some other areas. To safeguard that, we pushed them. This was literally the last article of the agreement to be agreed upon. I'm aware of what they're doing, so-called Shaokhang or wellness villages they're setting up. Well, most of them are not on our side of the line of actual control. Boundary, yes, because they're doing in Aksai chain also, areas which we believe belong to us. But in terms of changing the alignment of line of actual control, so far, I don't think there has been any big impact. They are constructing these villages on a much lower scale. We also have our Vibrant Villages program. They are sort of solidifying their control because these are really dual-use villages. They're not just villages. They're also meant to be part of their defense strategy. So we have to monitor it very closely. If they try to develop certain villages on our side of line of actual control, we must prevent that. I'm aware that in Bhutan, they are developing villages on Bhutanese side of the boundary.
Very much so. Ambassador Kantha, one more question, because I think it's important that we get into the nuances of the boundary discussion between India and China. In Arunachal Pradesh, we have the McMahon line. That is the boundary as India sees it. And now there is a line of actual control in Arunachal Pradesh as well. The part I don't understand is, when did we have an LAC in Arunachal Pradesh which was different from the McMahon line? I thought at one stage they were synonymous.
Yeah, actually, if I could explain, China also agrees that the line of actual control is basically along McMahon line boundary. But we differ on interpretation of McMahon line boundary. Our interpretation is that it's the highest watershed in the area. And this was, Henry McMahon's idea also, as explained in his final memorandum. Whereas China would like us to transpose very small scale maps on current metric maps, which is illogical. This will lead to, some areas which are on our side of LAC being disputed, including, Sumdrongchu Valley. It falls in that category. You are aware of all controversy on Wangtung and what happened at 687.
So therefore, there is a line of actual control. In other words, up to that area, we dominate, and we don't. And conversely, so there are areas within our interpretation of the boundary which are occupied by the Chinese, which they claim to be their own, and which we don't necessarily physically dispute.
These are very small pockets, which we call under adverse possession of China. And also I referred to Sumdurongchu Valley, and there's adjoining Namkachu Valley. There are some area there. There's another pocket called Longju is there.
Then some parts of Xiaomi as well.
Asafila, they do enter, but no, I mean, they're not controlling as such, but they do enter. So these are pockets, but by and large, we are controlling up to line of actual control.
Ambassador, great speaking to you. Thanks very much for joining us. Thanks very much indeed. Shiv.
Okay, very, very interesting discussion on the micro details of the border between India and China. We don't know if there's going to be any kind of announcement over what the two countries plan to do as far as their long-standing border dispute is concerned. But as of now, the big picture radiating out from Tianjin is this one. Business-like, cordial, polite, very, very formal. None of the the usual kind of hugs that you see in Prime Minister Modi's diplomacy. It's never happened between these two leaders. We've got to be very clear about that. But this is not a reset. It isn't a reboot either, but a tactical defreeze between the two countries, with both sides seeing benefit in trying to normalize things between the two countries. President Trump has played...
Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And we are just going to play out
on what he said in that what he said in this meeting, Vishnu.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, I think Vishnu's got some audio playing. Let's just try
we'll try and get that audio out for you in a moment.
I think that's what we've already got on air, Vishnu.
Yeah, let's play that.
Let's play out what the Prime Minister has said in that message at the Bilateral.
It out just now.
Yeah. Let's play that out.
All right, we'll come to that in a moment, but these are remarks made during the meeting of the Prime Minister with President Xi Jinping. That is out now. We will try and sort of bring you details of that in just a few moments from now.
You guys are just not able to keep.
But let's continue with our programming on this. We will try and get you what the Prime Minister has said. This is important because the meeting now has gone on for, I would suggest the meeting might actually have ended, but we will try and confirm that in a little while from now. Let's listen into what the Prime Minister said.
हमारे गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष कजान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई थी। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली। सीमा पर डिसएंगेजमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। हमारे स्पेशल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के बीच बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में सहमति बनी। कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा फिर से शुरू हुई। दोनों देशों के बीच डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट भी फिर से शुरू की जा रही है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए हैं। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, चीन द्वारा एससीओ की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद।
All right, so a cordial statement over there from Prime Minister Modi saying that he sort of welcomes working with China closely in a cordial spirit. And we're going to play that out again, listen to a little bit more. But those are just introductory remarks. Einar Tangen joins us as well. Rubinder Sachdev, a foreign policy expert, General KJS Dhillon, as well as Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya. Thank you all very much for being with us. Einar Tangen, this is the moment that all of us have been waiting for. Your thoughts on the first remarks of Prime Minister Modi, which, in Hindi he seemed to say that he seemed to suggest that both countries need to work together in a conciliatory spirit. I think that's the initial statement. By no means the sum and substance of what has been said, but your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a moment of optics. It's really, I think, sending a very strong message to Washington, D.C. For their kind of arbitrary actions towards India, which I don't think anybody in India can concretely tell me why Donald Trump has turned on a relationship that in his first term he was trying to nurture. That's one part. But the other part is the longer lasting one. And that is the relationship between these countries, but not only these countries. Remember, Donald Trump has put tariffs on 180 countries, including some penguins who are quite confused. So at this juncture, India has an opportunity. It was the one that's India started the non-aligned movement. We are at a time when a bully is, striding the world stage, literally trying to take everyone's lunch money for no apparent reason. Right. India can stand up to it. India has been the balancing power both at the SCO and BRICS. And I would suggest that the reason that Washington is acting the way it is that it wants to pummel New Delhi into submission. Is concerned that if India leads the non-aligned world and tells the United States that that's the end of it. You can impose tariffs as much as you want, but they have to be uniform across all nations. You're not going to divide us in that old colonial game of having us go against each other. This would include China and Russia and many others, but it's an opportunity to stand up, to be counted, for Modi to take the mantle of leadership. And I think this is really what keeps Washington up late at night.
I just wanted to introduce Professor Sierra Claire, who also joins us. Go ahead, Shiv.
Professor Clegg, welcome, and to all of our guests as well. I see Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon also with us this morning. An important day. On NDTV, we keep it real. We do know that the media in general tends to overhype what can be expected from engagements of this kind, but we keep it realistic. There is cautious optimism. There's some good headway being made, a smiling handshake between two leaders, just 3 months after a mini war between India and Pakistan, where a largely Chinese arsenal was used against India, Chinese intelligence was used, is always going to be good news, because India has consistently said that it is committed to positive relations with China. The Prime Minister has said it at this bilateral as well. Professor Claire, how are you seeing this meeting and what lies ahead?
Yeah, I think, of course, India has to engage with China as well as, other countries in Asia, just as the U.S. engages with China. I'm not sure of the significance of this organization, the SCO. Some people are talking about that it's sort of supposed to be a counterweight to NATO, although we haven't really seen any indication that they would be capable of doing anything in that regard. So, as you said, the Prime Minister is there and he's talking to the leader of China, and the U.S. as well has maintained dialogue with the leader of China.
General Dhillon, as a soldier, are you, I don't know if suspicious is the right word, are you wary of all of these developments?
Shiv, good morning, and good morning to the fellow panelists and all your viewers. See, all these are very good things which are happening. As you're meeting the Prime Minister, going to China and interacting with them for first time in the last 7 years, especially after Galwan, especially after Sindoor, which you referred to, where Chinese technology and Chinese intelligence were used against Indian state. So having said all that, and the border or the LSA issues, which were being very nicely brought out by Ambassador Sharda, being not resolved to the fullest. But having said that, what brings to the table in this SCO meeting is it's a 43% of world's population together. It's 1/4 of a world's global economy. And that is what is the composition of this group. But again, none of them have a shared objective with each other as part of this group. India is the only practicing democracy, 100%. Rest of them are only democracies in bits and pieces. But as it is, we are in the times of uncertainty in the policies. We are in the time where world is being shaken to multipolarity, and the multipolarity, the three major poles, the three major nuclear powers, Russia, China, and India, are part of this group. So all these are things, but we have to tread with caution. We have to tread with caution on long-term sustainable realignments.
Sure.
One meeting does not make a way for the long-term realignments. It takes a lot of self and mutual confidence. The mutual trust is missing. There's a trust deficit, especially after the LAC incidents and Operation Sindoor, and of course the long-standing boundary dispute. Having said all this, I look at this meeting as a very positive thing and hoping for positive outcomes. But as they say, it's all very good, but keep your powder dry. That is the most important thing as a soldier. We should never let our guard down because of peace things are being taught. We have a history of Hindi Chini Bhai Bhai and then 62. So I will end it at that because we must go ahead with these meetings and these initiatives, but we must be self-reliant in defense.
Okay.
The forward movement is that the two sides are engaged, and as long as they remain engaged, and let's remember, Vishnu, that the two sides have remained engaged and held periodic rounds of talks right through their entire standoff.
Military level talks in dozens of rounds.
That's right, dozens of rounds of
talks. Keep the peace essentially on the ground, very tactical level, this area.
Yeah. Let's get a word in from Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, President of the Center for Digital Economy Policy Research as well. Dr. Bhattacharya, that meeting is still on, we understand, between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping. Much has been said by way of what the takeaways might actually be. But how are you, as an overview, seeing this handshake and what it might lead to?
Just as in domestic politics, there are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies, and the Lieutenant General was kind of hinting at that. Similarly, in geopolitics, there is no permanent enemy and no permanent friends. It'll keep shifting. Are we moving from the Russia camp to the US camp to the China camp, or moving towards the Russia camp? Well, the fact of the matter is we are 16% of the global population. Now, within the SCO, if you look at it, between Russia, China, and India, we are 95% of the SCO economy. We are a significant part of the landmass. And therefore, it is basically a grouping which is around the interest of Russia, India, and China. And others will be falling in. And it's for the others to decide whether they want to be part of this grouping or they want to be part of the US grouping. But one of the sobering thoughts is that the US is still larger in terms of economy than the key members of SCO. So the SCO is more turning out to be a counterweight to the US. Most people who have a beef in terms of most nations who have a beef with US are moving toward SCO. So if you look at the key economies, it's Russia, it's China, it's Iran. These are the economies which are the biggest in SCO besides India. And all of them seem to be having an adversarial relationship with the US. So it's turning out to be, what Quad was for China, SCO is turning out to be for US. So it's a very interesting development. It will also attempt to create some kind of an economic bloc because that's really the need of the hour. One of the reasons why India has very enthusiastically gone for SCO.
Let me just interrupt you for one moment. I've got an update from Tianjin. The meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi is now over. It's 10:31. What time did the talk start? 9:30.
9:30, yeah.
So it's gone on for an hour.
Yeah.
It's gone on for an hour. It was meant to be 40 minutes. It's gone on for an hour. Hopefully, we'll get a word on, and Aditya Rajkol with us as well now. Aditya, do we have Aditya?
Yeah, he does. He's with us.
All right. Aditya, the update is that, as you would know, is that the meeting between the Prime Minister and President Xi is now over. It's gone on for approximately 50 minutes. In the little statement that we heard from the Prime Minister, which we're going to play out once again, They were reading from prepared notes, obviously. They tend to do that. But do we have any idea, basic stuff on what they may have discussed?
Yes, Shiv and Vishnu, the meeting continues. Nobody had expected this. We had expected that it will be 30 to 40 minutes. It's been more than an hour
Aditya,
already.
I can confirm it's just ended.
Okay. The
50
meeting has
minutes
just
it's ended. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it's
been
just
about
ended.
60 to 62 minutes long meeting between the Chinese President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, that initial 1.5-minute initial statement by the Prime Minister giving a crux of what's happened over the last 1 year since the Kazan meeting, where, of course, there was some positive headway. And he referred to the recent border management meeting also between Wang Yi and, of course, Ajit Doval. Ajit Doval is very much present there. And that meeting was in many ways to set the foundation of this particular meeting in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO. We expect that the implementation of the direct flight between Delhi and Beijing, apart from that, the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, that has already taken place and has been welcomed by the Prime Minister and the Indian government. And apart from that, there is relative peace right now. There's a status quo after the border management talks. But this needs to be taken to the next level, not just the expert groups and the working committees, but also implementation down on ground. But there are various technical details that one has to go into, and these are military level engagements that need to also happen side by side with the diplomatic talks that are happening. So we expect a statement that will come out, whether this will be in the form of a text or we will see a foreign secretary speaking towards the evening. That needs to be clear. But we do know that there is a press conference from the India's Ministry of External Affairs that will take place around 6:30 p.m. India time. It will be around 9 p.m. here in Tianjin. But yes, all eyes on what are the agreements that have been made and what exactly would be the consensus and the roadmap that India and China arrive at from here in Tianjin on the sidelines of the SCO.
Aditya, stay with me. I want to on that point. I wanted to bring in Einar Tangen on this. Mr. Tangen, what would you say would be an acceptable outcome according to you? At this point, we understand there isn't going to be a joint statement. There will probably be a press conference later, by the two sides separately, maybe. In your view, speaking of specifics, what would be a good outcome?
Well, I like the image of an early harvest, but in order to have a harvest, you have to plant seeds. I think those were planted back in October. And right now, what they're trying to do is figure out how to make those. So drawing down the number of troops on both sides of the borders, I think would be very good on the security front. As I said, it'll take time to build trust on both sides to get past the narratives that have developed over these many years. On the economic side, I expect more progress. It's transactional. It fits very closely with the fact that Modi has talked about what happened since last October, and there are promising things already in progress, as was mentioned, rare earths, tunnel boring machines, fertilizers, etc. These are all things that are positive, but they have to be built on. So hopefully there'll be more than just how a few things listed that will be put out. Start talking about frameworks, especially in terms for India's sake, how to manage investment by Chinese firms who are anxious to go out, how to deal with technology transfers, which would be very, very useful for India. India has a massive labor dividend that needs to be used. China is not in a position anymore to do that kind of work because of the relatively higher wages. So these are two countries who are poised to work together. But beyond that, please do not lose sight of the fact that this is not a meeting solely about China and India. It is really about a whole bunch of nations who are now very, very concerned. And SCO is not like NATO. NATO is an organization that looks for external threats, identifies them, and says they're the enemy. SCO says that the threats that countries need to be looking at and band together on are internal threats: extremism, terrorism, separatism. These are the types of things that I think are realistically the more concerned. So they're not interested in putting together large armies to face off against each other. They're concerned about maintaining stability, especially in a time.
No, but Einar Tangen, let me come in on that point on terrorism. What India really wants is a clear statement of terrorism which impacts India from Pakistan. That's been difficult.
Yes.
We've had our foreign minister, was it our foreign minister, Shiv? Our defense minister, who walked out of an SCO defense ministers meet recently, didn't walk out. I mean, there was no agreement.
Refused to sign the statement.
He refused to sign the statement because it wasn't explicit enough on where terrorism impacts India. It comes from Pakistan. So therefore, if we do talk about terrorism, it would be a disappointment here in New Delhi if there wasn't explicit mention of the role of Pakistan.
All right. And it would be a disappointment to everybody. Remember, terrorism is not something that exists just in India. All right. This is something that exists around the world. It is a common danger. That's what SCO does. I mean, you know, if from China's point of view, they always wonder why India is concerned about terrorism only if it affects India. In Balochistan, there have been many more people killed and bus attacks, singling out men, executing them on the side of the road, etc. But there has been no cry out that this is an international issue and that it needs to be addressed, and that if you do not sign on to it, you are in essence supporting terrorism. So I think what you countries have to do is talk about terrorism to get to its root causes, to, if there are state actors, expose them, have investigations, make sure that if you do not trust China to do it, have somebody else you do trust do it, have Russia do it. Make sure that whoever is behind these are severely exposed and punished. There's no question about that. I mean, the whole point of SCO is to battle that. The difficulty is you have long-standing enmities between countries. Those need to be resolved, or you're going to have this situation where, once again, the colonial powers are using these divisions in order to divide and conquer.
Okay. Rubinder Sachdev, let me come across to you next. All right, we don't have him. General Dhillon, would you like to take that question on terrorism? And say, as a soldier who's fought terrorism, as a corps commander, and even before that, you know, we are very clear about this. And this isn't for a moment to suggest that India doesn't look with concern at terrorist incidents elsewhere in the world, but we have our own interests. We've suffered greatly. As a soldier, you fought terrorism. What Einar Tangen mentions is Balochistan as well. And as to sort of make the point that Pakistan suffers from terrorism. You know, I mean, but how would you look at that remark by Einar Tangen?
Thank you, Vishnu. And firstly, coming specifically to your question and the comment made by the previous panelist, what is happening in India, the terrorism is being sponsored by Pakistan as a state machinery. The terror hubs of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed and other groups are prospering in Pakistan openly. They are there with their names, and the global terrorists are roaming around free in Pakistan openly. And Pakistani nationals, Pakistani citizens are coming into India, pushed in by the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan ISI, having trained them, having equipped them, having financed them. Pakistani nationals are coming inside Indian territory and carrying out terrorist acts. Now, this is different from Balochistan freedom fighters who are the sons of the soil fighting against the Pakistan government inside Pakistan with their inherent homegrown aspirations. Now, these two can't be equated and they can't be hyphenated. Let the world be very clear about this. India's terrorism is sponsored by Pakistan, trained in Pakistan, equipped in Pakistan, financed in Pakistan, manned by Pakistanis, headquartered in Pakistan, and pushed with the active support of Pakistan Army under ceasefire violation inside Indian territory. Now, there's a difference here. A Balochi freedom fighter, son of the soil, aspiring to create an independent state within Pakistan, fighting that government is absolutely a different thing. They can't be equated, and let there be no doubt about it.
Okay.
Now, having said
go ahead, General.
Other thing which I expect, sorry if you, sorry, okay.
No, General, carry on.
Yeah, other thing which I expect from SCO meeting is more, see, like someone said earlier, early harvesting is, you know, jo ho sakta wo kare. The disengagement has happened in few areas. I would expect the disengagements on the line of actual control and the international boundary to be complete in all sectors, and we go back to a particular deadline. Thereafterwards, the confidence building measures and further deliberations can bring us the ultimate solution. If you're thinking of ultimate solution in this meeting, So I don't think that will happen. First and foremost step is disengagement at all the points of conflict, including the Fingers area, including Galwan and other areas. That is the second thing which I expect from this meeting. And first one, of course, we discuss the terrorism where Pakistan must be called out. And as Vishnu had just said, our defense minister refused to sign the defense minister's meeting document because Pakistan was not named. And Balochistan's reference, as done by the previous panelist, was made. So we are very clear on that. And third thing, which may not be my domain, is that we need to bring down the trade deficit, which is now nearing 100 billion, to offset the tariffs which Trump administration has enhanced. And that would be a good neighborly gesture where the trade deficit is brought down. We are able to export more items to China. And then people-to-people contact, as was also brought out during the introductory remarks by the anchors, that also must also increase. So these are few reliable or realizable expectations. And most important for India is Pakistan's act of terror against India must be called out.
Einar Tangen, do you want to respond to that?
I'm surprised that somebody in the military is defending terrorism. You might say that these are freedom fighters, but the fact is when they pull people off of boats, a bus, and indiscriminately shoot them in the back of the head, I don't think that's military. These are civilians. And I'm shocked, actually shocked, that you would even think that that's appropriate to defend. Now, they might have their own ideas about independence, etc. But the means are terrible. That's like saying that somehow somebody doesn't like India, they have the right to execute people who are just going on a peaceful pilgrimage. In terms of this idea that somehow, the general thinks that everybody needs to do something for India. That's nonsense. You don't make a trade by saying, what are you going to give me? All right? There has to be mutuality. You did not mention one thing where India was going to do something for China. You assume that somehow everyone needs to bow down. And this is the parochial view which is holding India back. India needs to be a leader. It needs to think beyond itself, to go back to this time when the non-aligned movement was started, when it meant something. This is the culmination moment when India can step forward, be a major player, change the world, deal with the bully in Washington, not sit around and saying, what are you going to do for me?
Okay, hang on a second. General, do you want to respond to that? India needs to have something on the cards for others, in this case, China. It's not enough to say that we want this and we want that.
No, absolutely. So China's beef with India is that we have not markets.
General Dhillon, go ahead.
Yeah. A point of equating terrorism in India with Balochistan movement. So that is not state-sponsored. Indian terrorism is state-sponsored by Pakistan, funded, equipped, trained, at the cost of reputation, I'm saying. And Pakistani nationals are coming inside Indian territory and doing the terror acts. And these two cannot be equated, and this is what I have to respond. Otherwise, yes, when you are engaging with a country of two sizes, which are 1/6 of the world in their own domain, China and India, we both have 1/6 of the world's population. Naturally, there will be give and take. Bilaterally, there will be give and take, but on the point of terrorism, we are very clear it is Pakistan which is the fountainhead of terrorism all over the world.
Okay, Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya, you had a point to make. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mistook you that the question is for me, and I was agreeing that there are issues that China believes is open from India's side. The border issues is one of the points, which is what the Lieutenant General was talking about. We need to obviously sit down and resolve it. It is tricky. We haven't been able to resolve it for over 70 years. But hopefully, between India and China, if we resolve some of these border issues, perhaps we can have India emerging as one of the poles in the world. And obviously, as we keep saying, it's a multipolar world. We can't be putting.
All right, I'm interrupting you now because we've got some breaking news on what exactly has taken place in the meeting. And it goes like this. In his opening remarks during delegation level talks with Prime Minister Modi, the Chinese President Xi Jinping has said, "It's a great pleasure to meet you again, Mr. Prime Minister. I welcome you to the to China for the SCO summit. Last year, we had a successful meeting in Kazan. There's more over here. Prime Minister Modi says, and I quote, "An agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management. Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed. Direct flights between the two countries are also being resumed. The interests of 2.8 billion people of both countries to our cooperation. This will also pave the way for the welfare of the entire humanity. We are committed to taking our relations forward on the basis of mutual trust, respect and sensitivity." Jayajit, would you like to reflect on this, on what the Prime Minister has said?
Absolutely. And I think that's exactly what we were discussing when the breaking news came in. It is a significant step forward if we can resolve the border issues once and for all. And whatever the changes have happened on the border, we understand villages have been put in on the border from the Chinese side. And therefore, some of the agreements that were put in earlier, they kind of become questionable. But if there is a resolve from both sides to really sit down and resolve it, it'll have significant impact on trade between US and between China and India. We are roughly about 30% of the global population, and therefore we should be able to move the center of the economic world and center of the world in that sense towards this part.
All right, we've got another soundbite now coming in, I think of the Prime Minister or of President Xi. Let's just listen in.
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you again this time in Tianjin. Welcome to come to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit. Last year, you and I had a successful meeting in Kazan, and the China-India relationship had a reset and started anew. The two sides have illicitly implemented the important consensus we have agreed, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation since made new progress.
All right, so that was just a statement from Xi welcoming Prime Minister Modi. Let me go back to Einar Tangen. Just some very basic statements over there, but I found, the excerpt which we now have from Prime Minister Modi interesting, where he says, and I quote, "An agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management and the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed." So that we know has been resumed, so that's great. But the key part, the key takeaway is that an agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management. Your thoughts?
I think that's not a complete solution. I think what they're talking about is a mechanism to address the troop drawdown. So I don't see this as a major issue. It's just saying, look, baby steps, one step at a time. Trust is important. Trust was destroyed on both sides. And at this juncture, you have to rebuild it. You have to have a mechanism to do that. You have to have communications. And I think that's what he is conveying. And I think it's the right message.
We've also got more of what the Chinese president has said. This is an English translation of his opening remarks. I quote, "The world is going towards a transformation. China and India are two of the most civilizational countries. We are the world's two most populous countries and part of the global south. It's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and the elephant to come together." China said this in the past, and I think this is the spirit upon which these talks are taking place. Let me take that back to, who else do we have? Let me take that across to some of our other panelists. Sierra Claire, would you like to come in over here, Professor Claire, on this bonhomie between India and China based on these statements, which we're getting on a real-time basis? Your thoughts?
Yes. Well, China and Russia and all of these countries constantly repeat this talking point about the world is changing and China's going to be the leader, or Russia's going to be the leader, or whoever. But the facts on the ground haven't changed. The U.S. remains India's largest trading partner. That's not going to change anytime soon, despite the tariffs. And, the U.S. Is a very important partner to India and other nations in the global south, on important security issues like terrorism, maintaining peace. So I just don't agree with that statement. But as I said earlier, I think it's natural to have a dialogue with China. But China is not a very trustworthy partner. So any agreements or any dialogue that happens, I think the U.S. is very skeptical of those type of things coming from China.
Einar, Tangen, how would you respond to that? That China is not trustworthy.
Obviously, Claire is not an economist. When you have 50% tariffs, that in essence makes sure that there is going to be no trade, at least from the Indian side. So, it will impact the economic and also the political relations between these two countries. And if she's blind to the fact that that's why Modi is there and that's why these statements are being made, you can live in denial, but it doesn't necessarily change the facts. I'm surprised that she would say that, China is an unreliable partner, when in fact it's the U.S. unreliability which is pushing all of this. It is Trump's actions which have coalesced the BRICS grouping and also other countries. And as well as SCO. I mean, I don't know how she can come to the conclusion, well, we don't like it, so therefore it doesn't exist. That ostrich approach doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. And given what Washington has done and continues to do in terms of its verbiage and actions against India for no apparent reasons, and she doesn't seem to want to explain why that is, this is going to continue. I mean, belittling a country like India, which is of such great importance to the future in terms of markets and labor, it doesn't even make any sense. So at this point, I would discount a lot of what she said. I don't think it was very factual.
I've got more of what President Xi says. He says, and I quote, "This year marks the 75th anniversary of China-India diplomatic relations. Both nations need to handle our relationship from a strategic and long-term perspective. We must also step up to our historic responsibilities to uphold multilateralism, a multipolar world, and more democracy and international institutions, and work together for peace and prosperity in Asia and around the world." This is an area where there's no dispute, Sierra, between India and China. We want strategic autonomy. The word strategic autonomy wasn't mentioned over here, but I think a multipolar world is synonymous with strategic autonomy, which countries like India and China seek. That's not necessarily the way America thinks, but that's something which may be the basis on organizations like BRICS going forward. A multipolar setup. Is that something America might accept?
I think that America and President Trump view India as a sovereign nation, as they do China and as they do Russia, as evidenced by Trump directly negotiating with Putin just a couple weeks ago. So the idea that America is trying to bully India or trying to force India to do anything through tariffs is just not true. India is a sovereign nation, and they have the option to make a trade deal with the Trump administration, which the administration continues to engage with India on that, and has shown that they want to ultimately normalize trade relations with India. These tariffs are specifically targeted about the Ukraine war. And, President Trump, that's how he engages in the world. He doesn't apologize for American strength. He embraces it. And India has benefited from that, as have many countries, because he's ended 6 wars in the past 6 months. So you really can't pick and choose when you want to use American strength and when you don't. He wants to end the Ukraine war.
Sierra, I must interrupt. If one of the wars that Trump claims to have ended is the mini war between India and Pakistan, that's just factually not correct. It just didn't happen that way. I mean, it's a ludicrous claim.
Several wars that he's been a key piece in ending or resolving disputes.
Were you including the one between India and Pakistan, which on a weekly basis he says that he ended, when we can tell you as independent journalists, both of whom happen to be covering national security, me for 30 years, Shiv for 25 years, that is not the way it happened. Trump did not bring India to the ceasefire table or Pakistan. It was Pakistan that came to the ceasefire table. There were very important conversations between the US Vice President and Indian leaders over here, but the peace process wasn't because of that. The peace process happened because Pakistan said, let's end it. It's not because America told India, you end it as well. They may have suggested that, look, guys, work it out. But India was not bound by that American call for peace, which was a very decent and expected call for peace. But Trump seems to say that he ended the war. He didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think President Trump says that he ended the war alone, but he certainly includes it as one of the disputes that he was, a key piece in bringing about the resolution of it.
All right. Okay, fair enough. Any further thoughts from Einar Tangen before we move ahead? Einar?
Well, you've heard it. I mean, you're just trying to rewrite history. Trump was not a key player in this. This was something beyond him. And if you start looking at all the quote wars that he's ended, they're still fighting. So you tell me there's lots of rhetoric, but what's the reality? And this is the problem. This idea that she says that the U.S. is not bullying the world when you send out 180 letters, including to penguins, saying that you're putting tariffs on them. This is not a diplomacy. This is not responsible statecraft. This isn't even an economic a solution. It is just pure bullying. The biggest kid in the classroom going around and stealing people's lunch money. It's disgusting.
All right.
We have Xi Jinping saying that the elephant and the dragon should come together. He says it's vital for the elephant and the dragon to come together. We, of course, prefer to call ourselves the tiger, I think, which is more.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with the elephant.
There's nothing
the
wrong
elephant
with
is
it.
an immensely powerful animal.
There's nothing
Shiv
wrong.
and I have had a disagreement about this yesterday. I wanted imagery of an elephant and a dragon, and he insisted that it should be a tiger and a dragon.
I see mind games in that, but let's play out what the Chinese president just said.
相互成就伙伴，实现龙象共舞，应当是中印双方的正确选择。The world today is swept by one single-centric transformations. The international situation is both fluid and chaotic. China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We're the world's two most populous countries, and we're also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and promoting the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
All right, so important statements there from Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi. Xi saying we are the world's two most populous countries, part of the global south, vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and the elephant to come together. He spoke about multipolarity. That's something which, Shiv, India and China have no dispute on. We both want a multipolar system.
Definitely have no dispute on, but, I just want to strike a note of caution, as we always must when it comes to India and China, because many of these things sound like they've been said before, and they have, between India and China. The last 5 years between the two countries have been a historic low, the lowest low since the 1960s and 70s. And therefore, this handshake has to be seen in that context. There is an intention towards an early harvest. Over the next 6 to 7 hours till this evening, we will know what those early harvest issues might actually be. Vishnu's talked about some of them. Most of them are likely to be, economic deliverables between the two countries. The seeds were sown, as Einar Tangen said, in Kazan. Whether those will be articulated today, I think is going to be the key question, because the optics are good, the cordiality is good, the mood, the body language, all of that is fairly predictable, nothing out of the ordinary here, business-like, procedural, nothing over the top, because this is after all India and China. But the key question is really going to be, have the two sides managed to align on some of the more diversionary sort of realities of this relationship? As Vishnu in detail said in that conversation earlier, the boundary question, are we going to see anything more than just what the Foreign Office spokespersons have said so far? Because if it comes from Modi and Xi Jinping, Vishnu, that's a big deal. So that's one thing for the spokespersons.
They are the deciders. They are the deciders.
Absolutely.
And the words which were used both by the Chinese earlier and India was early harvest. So early harvest in the context of something to do with the boundary is what we are all ultimately hoping for. Will that happen? Let's wait and see. A quick look at the headlines at this hour. That crucial Modi-Xi bilateral meeting has happened in Tianjin. It lasted for 50 minutes. It ended a short while back. The Prime Minister's key message during that bilateral meeting, it's a message of mutual trust. There must be peace after disengagement at the border. Xi says that the elephant and dragon must come together.
परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं.
Putin is in China as well. He arrived yesterday. He slammed the US sanctions. The Modi-Putin bilateral is tomorrow.
Good morning, everybody. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping have held a bilateral meeting lasting approximately 50 minutes on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Tianjin. This is absolutely huge. It comes in the context of Galwan. Remember, in 2020, there were fatal clashes, military clashes between India and China in eastern Ladakh. Relations plummeted to a near-war situation between the two nuclear neighbors. But now there appears to be a rather deliberate reset. They've held a bilateral, the leaders on the sidelines of the SCO. It lasted more than 50 minutes. It's the Prime Minister's first visit to China after 7 years. Speaking at the meeting, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "After the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created, and that an agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management." So he used the word disengagement, right, Shiv?
Yeah. He did, and that's interesting because does it indicate that there is possibly going to be some kind of a takeaway as far as the boundary question?
Oh, there has been disengagement.
Yeah,
is how this is.
He said that in his comments at the bilateral itself.
So you see, again, for the benefit of our viewers, there are two things over here. It's so important to remember: there's disengagement and there's de-escalation. Disengagement is when soldiers move away from their eyeball-to-eyeball contact. In areas where Indian and Chinese soldiers are really high altitude places in Ladakh and elsewhere, face off. That's disengagement when they move back. They move back just a little bit. And then there's de-escalation is when they move back hundreds of kilometers possibly, and then de-escalation itself is part of resolving the boundary issue. What the Prime Minister has said, and I quote, after the disengagement on the border, that seems to indicate
the first layer.
At least in some places, there's been some disengagement. An atmosphere of peace and stability has been created. So these leaders, Shiv, are operating in their talks with that having been achieved.
Yeah, the two places where complete disengagement hasn't happened yet, even at the smallest levels, of course, are in Demchok and the Depsang plains in the north. But the other areas, disengagement has been successful. That's what the Prime Minister is actually acknowledging here. The key question now that the two leaders have met, of course, is what the early harvest takeaways might actually be. Will they manifest in the form of some kind of a statement or a comment from the Foreign Office in China? certainly will have some aspects of that in the Indian Foreign Secretary's press conference, which comes up at about 6:30 p.m. India time tonight. So we'll have some aspects of that. But I can guarantee you that NDTV's Aditya Rajkol and Gauri Dwivedi, our team on the ground in Tianjin, will have an early warning, an early start on those facts as soon as we start getting them in. They're speaking their sources, in case you wondered, right now in Tianjin. So they'll be plugging into this coverage in just in a few short moments from now. We're going to have more experts joining us as well. But I want our viewers for a moment to look at these pictures. This is not the first time that Xi Jinping and Modi have shaken hands. They've met many times in the past, even since Galwan. They have met on different occasions. They've met in Bali, they've met in Kazan, they've met elsewhere. But this is the first time in 7 years that the Prime Minister of India is traveling to China, and is the first engagement of this kind since the Galwan clash, since the standoff began in eastern Ladakh. So the context of this conversation is extremely important, as are, Vishnu, the words that have been used by the two leaders. The Prime Minister talking about disengagement, Xi Jinping talking about how vital it is for the elephant and the dragon to come together.
There's another thing, and I'm reading out exactly what the Prime Minister has said. An agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management, and that India and China are, quote, committed to taking our relations forward on the basis of mutual trust, respect and sensitivity. So I would suggest that they are working towards fixing the border situation. Now, it's a huge border. We don't know what exactly they're talking about. Ambassador Ashok Kanta, who was with us a little while back, somebody who negotiated the 2005 agreement, said that for India it was not one part of the border and not another part. It's the whole shebang that needs to all come together and be fixed. But the fact that India and China are back to talking about delimitation and the boundary itself and finding a solution, to me, is huge. Now, they've not spelled it out because I don't think they've gotten there. But I do believe, Shiv, with the Prime Minister saying that, then that is the political impetus which the special representatives of India and China, when they met in New Delhi recently, were talking about. That impetus has been given. And so now the people on the ground, the bureaucrats, the military leaders, the special representatives, the foreign ministers, they have their job assigned to them.
That's right, that's right. They've been given those first indicators, and they now need to create those next steps as to what the relationship is going to look like, maybe 6 months from now. And the other key question that's weighing on my mind, Vishnu, is, and I wonder if we'll get a confirmation or a view on that, is about Xi Jinping visiting India. Is that going to happen at some point in the foreseeable future? Has there been an invitation extended? Will there be a summit next in India between the two sides? Remember, and this is something that requires constant reminding, that this bilateral meeting between the two leaders is happening on the sidelines of the SCO. So it's not like the Indian Prime Minister has traveled to China for this bilateral. He's there to attend the SCO summit, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit, and amidst that, this bilateral is taking place. But will there be a pure bilateral, a bilateral that's not linked to any other summit? Could that involve Xi Jinping being invited to India in the next few months or within the next year? We don't know. That's a question that we're going to try and get some clarity on. Gauri Dwivedi is live with us from Tianjin, from the SCO summit venue. Gauri, interesting comments coming in from the Prime Minister as well as Xi Jinping. The Prime Minister talking of disengagement, Xi Jinping talking about how vital it is for the elephant and the dragon to come together. Your initial thoughts on these comments? Very interesting pictures, very interesting words, Gauri.
Very interesting picture and an extremely interesting choice of words, Shiv. And also that tells you that as far as the two sides are concerned, priorities, roadmap and focus for the relationship may not be as aligned as we think. For us, there are some bigger concerns that still remain unaddressed, so to say, which is regarding border, which is regarding our national security concerns that we've raised on several occasions and continue to do so. As far as the Chinese president is concerned, there is a reason why he said and made those three very important remarks. First and foremost, when you impress upon the shared and the culture and history and civilizational connects of the two countries, he you want to try and sort of bridge some of the contentious issues and try and demarcate the relationship between one aspect, which is around trade, culture, connectivity, and the second around, of course, defense and national security, which is what the effort has been. However, for India, it's a holistic picture. That's the first thing. Second thing, he made a very important comment about international organizations. Remember, this is also China's effort to try and create a parallel economic order, try and send out a message to the Western Bloc that, we are trying to create a parallel bloc right here. The military parade is also to be seen in that context.
Okay.
So his effort and his comment about international organizations
All right, hold on a second.
need to be seen in that
Gauri,
context.
I'm interrupting you because the Prime Minister is addressing in his Mann Ki Baat. Let's just listen.
मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई भैया।
थैंक यू सर। नमस्कार सर। जय हिंद।
साथियों, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की भावना देश की एकता, देश के विकास के लिए बहुत जरूरी है और निश्चित तौर पर खेल इसमें बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। और इसलिए ही तो मैं कहता हूं, जो खेलता है वो खिलता है। हमारा देश भी जितनी टूर्नामेंट खेलेगा उतना खिलेगा। आप दोनों खिलाड़ियों को, आपके साथियों को मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आपने यूपीएससी का नाम तो जरूर सुना होगा। ये संस्था देश की सबसे कठिन परीक्षाओं में से एक सिविल सर्विसेज का एग्जाम भी लेती है। हम सब ने सिविल सर्विसेज के टॉपर्स की प्रेरणादायी बातें अनेक बार सुनी है। ये नौजवान कठिन परिस्थितियों में पढ़ाई के बाद अपनी मेहनत से इस सर्विस में जगह पाते हैं। लेकिन साथियों, यूपीएससी की परीक्षा की एक सच्चाई और भी है। हजारों ऐसे उम्मीदवार भी होते हैं जो बेहद काबिल होते हैं। उनकी मेहनत भी किसी से कम नहीं होती, पर मामूली अंतर से वो अंतिम सूची तक नहीं पहुंच पाते। इन उम्मीदवारों को दूसरी परीक्षाओं के लिए नए सिरे से तैयारी करनी पड़ती है। इसमें उनका समय और पैसा दोनों खर्च होता था। इसलिए अब ऐसे होनहार विद्यार्थियों के लिए भी एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया गया है और इसका नाम है प्रतिभा सेतु। प्रतिभा सेतु में उन उम्मीदवारों का डेटा रखा गया है जिन्होंने यूपीएससी की अलग अलग परीक्षाओं के सभी चरण पास किए, लेकिन अंतिम मेरिट लिस्ट में उनका नाम नहीं आ पाया। इस पोर्टल पर 10,000 से ज्यादा ऐसे होनहार युवाओं का डेटा बैंक मौजूद है। कोई सिविल सर्विस की तैयारी कर रहा था, कोई इंजीनियरिंग सर्विस में जाना चाहता था, कोई मेडिकल सर्विसेज के हर पड़ाव को पार कर चुका था, लेकिन फाइनल में उसका सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ। ऐसे सभी उम्मीदवारों की जानकारी अब प्रतिभा सेतु पोर्टल पर उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है। इस पोर्टल से प्राइवेट कंपनियों इन होनहार स्टूडेंट्स की जानकारी लेकर उन्हें अपने यहां नियुक्ति दे सकती है। साथियों, इस प्रयास के नतीजे भी आने लगे हैं। सैकड़ों उम्मीदवारों को इस पोर्टल की मदद से तुरंत नौकरी मिली है और वो युवा जो मामूली अंतर से रुक गए थे, अब नए आत्मविश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आज पूरी दुनिया का ध्यान भारत की तरफ है। भारत में छिपी संभावनाओं पर दुनिया भर की नजर है। इसी से जुड़ा एक सुखद अनुभव मैं आपसे साझा करना चाहता हूं। आपको पता है कि आजकल पॉडकास्ट का बहुत फैशन है। विभिन्न विषयों से जुड़े पॉडकास्ट को भांति भांति के लोग देखते और सुनते हैं। बीते दिनों मैं भी कुछ पॉडकास्ट में शामिल हुआ था। ऐसा ही एक पॉडकास्ट दुनिया के बहुत फेमस पॉडकास्टर लैक्स फ्रीडमैन के साथ हुआ था। उस पॉडकास्ट में बहुत सारी बातें हुई और दुनिया भर के लोगों ने उसे सुना भी। और जब पॉडकास्ट पर बात हो रही तो बातों बातों में ऐसे ही मैंने एक विषय उठाया था। जर्मनी के एक खिलाड़ी ने उस पॉडकास्ट को सुना और उसका ध्यान मैंने उसमें जो बात बताई थी उस पर केंद्रित हो गया। उन्होंने उस टॉपिक से इतना कनेक्ट किया कि पहले उन्होंने
उस टॉपिक पर रिसर्च की और फिर जर्मनी में भारतीय दूतावास से संपर्क किया और उन्होंने चिट्ठी लिखकर बताया कि वो उस विषय को लेकर भारत से जुड़ना चाहते हैं। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि मोदी जी ने पॉडकास्ट में ऐसा कैसा विषय कह दिया जो जर्मनी के खिलाड़ी को प्रेरित कर गया। ये कौन सा विषय था? मैं आपको याद कराता हूं। मैंने पॉडकास्ट में बातों बातों में मध्य प्रदेश के शहडोल के फुटबॉल के क्रेज से जुड़ा एक गांव का वर्णन किया था। दरअसल 2 साल पहले मैं शहडोल गया था, वहां के फुटबॉल प्लेयर से मिला था। पॉडकास्ट के दौरान एक सवाल के उत्तर में मैंने शहडोल के फुटबॉल खिलाड़ियों का भी जिक्र किया था। यही बात जर्मनी के फुटबॉल खिलाड़ी और कोच डिटमार बायर्सडॉर्फर ने भी सुनी। शहडोल के युवा फुटबॉल खिलाड़ियों की लाइफ जर्नी ने उन्हें बहुत प्रभावित और प्रेरित किया। सही में किसी ने कल्पना भी नहीं की थी कि वहां के प्रतिभाशाली फुटबॉल खिलाड़ी दूसरे देशों का ध्यान अपनी ओर आकर्षित करेंगे। अब जर्मनी के इस कोच ने शहडोल के कुछ खिलाड़ियों को जर्मनी की एक एकेडमी में ट्रेनिंग देने की पेशकश की है। इसके बाद मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार ने भी उनसे संपर्क किया है। जल्द ही शहडोल के हमारे कुछ युवा साथी ट्रेनिंग कोर्स के लिए जर्मनी जाएंगे। मुझे यह देखकर भी बहुत आनंद आता है कि भारत में फुटबॉल की लोकप्रियता निरंतर बढ़ रही है। मैं फुटबॉल प्रेमियों से आग्रह करता हूं कि जब समय मिले वे शहडोल जरूर जाएं और वहां हो रहे स्पोर्टिंग रिवॉल्यूशन को करीब से देखें। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, सूरत में रहने वाले जितेंद्र सिंह राठौड़ के बारे में जानकर आपको बहुत सुखद एहसास होगा, मन गर्व से भर जाएगा। जितेंद्र सिंह राठौड़ एक सिक्योरिटी गार्ड है और उन्होंने एक ऐसी अद्भुत पहल की है जो हर देशभक्त के लिए बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों से वो उन सभी जवानों के बारे में जानकारियां जुटा रहे हैं जिन्होंने भारत माता की रक्षा में अपने प्राण न्योछावर किए हैं। आज उनके पास प्रथम विश्व युद्ध से लेकर अब तक शहीद हुए हजारों वीर जवानों के बारे में जानकारियां मौजूद है। उनके पास शहीदों की हजारों तस्वीरें भी हैं। एक बार एक शहीद के पिता की कही गई बातें उनके हृदय को छू गई। शहीद के पिता ने कहा था, बेटा गया तो क्या हुआ, वतन तो सलामत है ना। इस एक बात ने जितेंद्र सिंह जी के मन में देशभक्ति का एक अद्भुत जुनून भर दिया। आज वो कई शहीदों के परिवारों के संपर्क में है। उन्होंने करीब 2500 शहीदों के माता पिता के चरणों की मिट्टी भी अपने पास लाकर रखी है। ये सशस्त्र बलों के प्रति उनके गहरे प्रेम और जुड़ाव का जीवंत उदाहरण है। जितेंद्र जी का जीवन हमें देशभक्ति की वास्तविक सीख देता है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आजकल आपने देखा होगा अक्सर घर की छतों पर, बड़ी इमारतों पर, सरकारी दफ्तरों में सोलर पैनल चमकते हुए दिखाई देते हैं। लोग अब इसके महत्व को समझ रहे हैं और खुले मन से अपना रहे हैं। हमारे देश पर सूर्यदेव की इतनी कृपा है तो क्यों न उनकी दी हुई उस ऊर्जा का पूरा उपयोग करें। साथियों, सोलर पावर से किसानों की जिंदगी भी बदल रही है। वही खेत, वही मेहनत, वही किसान, लेकिन अब मेहनत का फल कहीं ज्यादा है। ये बदलाव आ रहा है सोलर पंप से और सोलर राइस मिल से। आज देश के कई राज्यों में सैकड़ों सोलर राइस मिल लग चुकी है। इन सोलर राइस मिलों ने किसानों की आय के साथ ही उनके चेहरे की रौनक भी बढ़ा दी है। साथियों, बिहार की देवकी जी ने सोलर पंप से गांव की किस्मत बदल दी है। मुजफ्फरपुर के रतनपुरा गांव के रहने वाली देवकी जी को लोग अब प्यार से सोलर दीदी कहते हैं। देवकी जी, उनका जीवन आसान नहीं था। कम उम्र में शादी हो गई, छोटा सा खेत, 4 बच्चों की जिम्मेदारी और भविष्य की कोई साफ तस्वीर नहीं। लेकिन उनका हौसला कभी टूटा नहीं। वो एक सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी और वहीं उन्हें सोलर पंप के बारे में जानकारी मिली। उन्होंने सोलर पंप के लिए प्रयास शुरू किए और उसमें सफल भी रही। सोलर दीदी के सोलर पंप ने इसके बाद जैसे गांव की तस्वीर ही बदल दी। जहां पहले कुछ एकड़ में जमीन की सिंचाई हो पाती थी, अब सोलर दीदी के सोलर पंप से 40 एकड़ से ज्यादा क्षेत्र में पानी पहुंच रहा है। सोलर दीदी के इस अभियान में गांव के दूसरे किसान भी जुड़ गए हैं। उनकी फसलें हरी भरी होने लगी है, आमदनी बढ़ने लगी। साथियों, पहले देवकी जी की जिंदगी 4 दीवारी के भीतर सिमटी हुई थी, लेकिन आज वो पूरे आत्मविश्वास से अपना काम कर रही है, सोलर दीदी बनकर पैसे कमा रही है और सबसे दिलचस्प बात की वो क्षेत्र के किसानों से यूपीआई के जरिए पेमेंट लेती है। अब पूरे गांव में उन्हें बहुत सम्मान से देखा जाता है। उनकी मेहनत और दूरदर्शिता ने दिखा दिया है कि सौर ऊर्जा सिर्फ बिजली का साधन नहीं है, बल्कि ये गांव-गांव में नई रोशनी लाने वाली एक नई शक्ति भी है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, 15 सितंबर को भारत के महान इंजीनियर मोक्षगुंडम विश्वेश्वरैया जी का जन्मदिन होता है। उस दिन को हम इंजीनियर्स डे के रूप में मनाते हैं। इंजीनियर सिर्फ मशीन नहीं बनाते, वे सपनों को हकीकत में बदल देने वाले कर्मयोगी होते हैं। मैं भारत के हर इंजीनियर की सराहना करता हूं, उन्हें अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, सितंबर में ही भगवान विश्वकर्मा की पूजा का पवित्र अवसर भी आने वाला है। 17 सितंबर को विश्वकर्मा जयंती है। ये दिन हमारे उन विश्वकर्मा बंधुओं को भी समर्पित है जो पारंपरिक शिल्प, कौशल और ज्ञान विज्ञान को अनवरत एक पीढ़ी से दूसरी पीढ़ी तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। हमारे सुतार, लोहार, सोनार, कुम्हार, मूर्तिकार, बढ़ई मिस्त्री हमेशा से भारत की समृद्धि की बुनियाद रहे हैं। हमारे इन विश्वकर्मा बंधुओं की मदद के लिए ही सरकार ने विश्वकर्मा योजना भी चलाई है। साथियों, अब मैं आपको एक ऑडियो रिकॉर्डिंग सुनाना चाहता हूं।
तो ये जो मानपत्र में आपने लिखा है, ये स्टेटों के बारे में मैंने जो कुछ किया या हैदराबाद के बारे में हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने जो कुछ किया, ठीक है किया, लेकिन आप जानते हैं कि हैदराबाद का किस्सा इस तरह से हमने किया, उसमें कितनी मुसीबत थी। सब स्टेटों के साथ, सब प्रिंसेस के साथ हमने वायदा दिया था कि भाई कोई प्रिंस का, कोई राजा का हम अलग फैसला नहीं करेंगे, सबका एक ही साथ जैसे सबका होता है ऐसा उनका भी। लेकिन उनके लिए हमने वहां तक अलग समझौता किया।
साथियों, ये आवाज लौह पुरुष सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल की है। हैदराबाद की घटनाओं पर उनके स्वर में जो पीड़ा है, उसे आप महसूस कर सकते हैं। अगले महीने सितंबर में हम हैदराबाद लिबरेशन डे भी मनाएंगे। ये वही महीना है जब हम उन सभी वीरों के साहस को याद करते हैं जिन्होंने ऑपरेशन पोलो में हिस्सा लिया था। आप सबको मालूम है कि जब अगस्त 1947 में भारत को आजादी मिली तो हैदराबाद अलग ही स्थिति में था। निजाम और रजाकारों के अत्याचार दिन ब दिन बढ़ते जा रहे थे। तिरंगा फहराने या वंदे मातरम कहने पर भी मौत के घाट उतार दिया जाता था। महिलाओं और गरीबों पर अत्याचार किए जाते थे। उस समय बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने भी चेतावनी दी थी कि ये समस्या बहुत बड़ी बनती जा रही है। आखिरकार सरदार पटेल ने मामले को अपने हाथ में लिया। उन्होंने सरकार को ऑपरेशन पोलो शुरू करने के लिए तैयार किया। रिकॉर्ड समय में हमारी सेनाओं ने हैदराबाद को निजाम की तानाशाही से आजाद कराया और उसे भारत का हिस्सा बनाया। पूरे देश ने इस सफलता का उत्सव मनाया। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, आप दुनिया के किसी भी कोने में चले जाएं, वहां आपको भारतीय संस्कृति का प्रभाव देखने को जरूर मिलेगा। और ये प्रभाव केवल दुनिया के बड़े शहरों तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि इसे छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी देखा जा सकता है। इटली के एक छोटे से शहर कैंप रोतोंडो में ऐसा ही देखने को मिला है। यहाँ महर्षि वाल्मीकि जी की प्रतिमा का अनावरण किया गया। इस कार्यक्रम में वहां के स्थानीय मेयर सहित क्षेत्र के अनेक अहम व्यक्ति भी शामिल हुए। कैंप रोतोंडो में रहने वाले भारतीय मूल के लोग महर्षि वाल्मीकि जी की प्रतिमा लगने से बहुत खुश हैं। महर्षि वाल्मीकि के संदेश हम सभी को बहुत प्रेरित करते हैं। साथियों, इस महीने की शुरुआत में कनाडा के मिसिसागा में प्रभु श्री राम की 51 फीट ऊंची प्रतिमा का भी अनावरण किया गया है। इस आयोजन को लेकर लोगों में बहुत उत्साह था। सोशल मीडिया पर प्रभु श्री राम की भव्य प्रतिमा के वीडियोज खूब शेयर किए गए। साथियों, रामायण और भारतीय संस्कृति के प्रति ये प्रेम अब दुनिया के हर कोने में पहुंच रहा है। रूस में एक मशहूर स्थान है व्लादिवोस्तोक। बहुत से लोग इसको ऐसी जगह के रूप में जानते हैं जहां सर्दियों में तापमान -20 से -30 डिग्री सेल्सियस तक गिर जाता है। इस महीने व्लादिवोस्तोक में एक अनूठी प्रदर्शनी लगी। इसमें रूसी बच्चों द्वारा रामायण की अलग अलग थीम पर बनाई गई पेंटिंग्स को भी शोकेस किया गया। यहाँ पर एक कंपटीशन का भी आयोजन हुआ। दुनिया के अलग अलग हिस्सों में भारतीय संस्कृति के प्रति बढ़ती जागरूकता देखकर वाकई बहुत प्रसन्नता होती है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, मन की बात में इस बार इतना ही। इस समय देश भर में गणेश उत्सव की धूम है। आने वाले दिनों में बहुत सारे त्योहारों की रौनक होगी। उन त्योहारों में आपको स्वदेशी की बात कभी भी भूलनी नहीं है। उपहार वही जो भारत में बना हो, पहनावा वही जो भारत में बुना हो, सजावट वही जो भारत में बने सामान से हो, रोशनी वही जो भारत में बनी झालरों से हो, और भी ऐसा बहुत कुछ। जीवन की हर जरूरत में सब कुछ स्वदेशी हो। गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है, गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है, गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है। इस भाव को लेकर हमें आगे चलना है। एक ही मंत्र, वोकल फॉर लोकल। एक ही रास्ता, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। एक ही लक्ष्य, विकसित भारत। साथियों, इन खुशियों के बीच आप सभी स्वच्छता पर जोर देते रहें, क्योंकि जहां स्वच्छता है वहां त्योहारों का आनंद भी और बढ़ जाता है। साथियों, मन की बात के लिए मुझे इसी तरह बड़ी संख्या में अपने संदेश भेजते रहिए। आपका हर सुझाव इस कार्यक्रम के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। अपना फीडबैक मुझ तक जरूर पहुंचाते रहें। अगली बार जब हम मिलेंगे तो और भी नए विषयों की चर्चा होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
कंजूस का जमाना है, सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। एनडीटीवी इंडिया पर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same this side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने training वगैरह?
मैंने training भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, sir.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That
sir.
is also Indian
Yes,
made.
sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे। करेक्ट।
लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खांडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पर पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। सर हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन अप। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
हेलो बोलिए मैडम। डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको?
Good afternoon. The big story that we continue to track now for the last several hours, that crucial meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Chinese President Xi Jinping. The first visit of Prime Minister Modi to China in 7 years, and the first one certainly to China since the Galwan clash. India and China are in the midst of a reset. The images on your screen tell a story of the two neighbors trying to attempt that reset. Now, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves on just how big things will ultimately be, but there does appear to be clear political impetus to try and work through some of the most vexing issues, including the boundary issue. The Prime Minister has said, and I quote, "An agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management." The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed. Direct flights between the two countries are also being resumed. The interests of 2.8 billion people are linked to our cooperation. This will also pave the way for the welfare of humanity. We are committed to taking forward our relations on the basis of mutual trust, respect, and sensitivity. He says, last year in Kazan, we had a very successful, fruitful discussions and gave a positive direction to our relations. After the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created. So they are talking about disengagement, but I think both sides are now looking at de-escalation, which is the larger issue. Disengagement meant the face-to-face sort of scenario along the line of control between Indian and Chinese soldiers. But de-escalation is the larger process, which ultimately would result in delimitation of the boundary itself, of a formal border between India and China being created. We are still, I would suggest, many years away from that. But they are now referring to the 2005 agreement between India and China, which was a document that they referred to before the Galwan clash of 2020, and they're trying to build up on that. So there is impetus. It's not as if this meeting, and it wasn't expected either, would really result in anything more than that, a direction that's been given. Xi Jinping says the world is going through transformation. China and India are the two of the most civilizational countries. We are the world's two most populous countries and part of the global south. It's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and the dragon and the elephant to come together. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the China-India diplomatic relations. Both nations need to handle our relationship from a strategic and long-term perspective. We must also step up to our historic responsibilities to uphold multilateralism, a multipolar world, and more democracy in international institutions, and work together for peace and prosperity in Asia and around the world. So that's what the Chinese president has said. I'm joined by Tara Kartha, Rahul Karan Reddy, Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev, and Gurcharan Das. Mr. Das, let me come to you first. Cautious steps, but I think important. Do you believe that as a first step, the really low-hanging fruit is the economic relationship between India and China? Is that being reset?
Well, I hope so. It's looking good. And, you know, our mindset, I hope, is taking in the fact that there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies in politics and international relations. Smart nations quietly, humbly pursue their national goals without distraction of egos, boundary disputes, and such things. So as Xi Jinping said, that the dragon and elephant now are coming together, I hope that the economic relations will be separated from other issues that concern our country. And an immediate step I would recommend would be that we encourage, the way we encourage Western companies, we encourage Chinese companies to come to India, to set up business and to, in other words, to come and make in India. What we call China Plus One now is China Plus One for Chinese companies to come here and export from here and bring their best technologies. And therefore we must give people easy, we've had a very difficult time. We have not even been giving visas to people, employees of people we needed, experts we needed for the iPhone manufacture, etc. I hope all this will go away and that we will have joint ventures and be flexible that if they're exporting, allow them the kind of equity we allow other companies to have. Ultimately, our goal is to create masses of jobs. Viksit Bharat is our goal. Therefore, our Chinese policy, security policy, political policy, economic policy should be 7.5% growth.
Okay. Let me go across to Tara Kartha. Dr. Kartha, I think this one statement by the Prime Minister was important. After the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created. So disengagement has taken place. No one really knows to what extent, but presumably soldiers in most areas aren't eyeball to eyeball. And so therefore now the stage has been set for the larger process, de-escalation. Do you think that's what this visit is actually about? To sort of give the instruction to the bureaucrats, special representatives, foreign ministers, foreign secretaries, military leaders, that go ahead and start sincere conversations on de-escalation?
Well, I'm hoping it is, but to be absolutely honest, I don't think that's. I think that's going to take a while, because there is a lot of other things apart from. This is a great step. The fact that you've had, at Depsang and Demchok, you've had this deal with. There are other areas which are still contentious. What is important is what is backing up the Chinese troop movement. There's a huge amount of not just infrastructure, movement to the borders, creating this, the villages across, creating radar stations across. All that is taking place. So it is a long haul, but it is encouraging.
Okay.
What I actually wanted to say was what the previous speaker said. I think that was a very important point on getting Chinese companies access to India to export. I drive a Chinese-made car in terms of so that's a great thing, right? But the point is,
Tara, you drive a Chinese car. Did you say that?
It's a Chinese car, and it's your Rover, the company which makes Chinese cars. They've been locked out, but it's a pretty good car. But that's on the lighter side. But
Tara, that's a headline for me. Tara Kartha drives a Chinese car.
Well, it is actually the UK company which has got the Chinese one, which is
okay. Fair enough.
Right. But see, the problem here is when we say, the biggest problem is this huge, deficit you have in terms of trade with China, right? For the Prime Minister, for him, economy comes first, right? This is a huge problem. The question is, what are you capable of sending across?
Right.
What is Indian industry capable of sending across? Your R&D, and I've been saying this again and again, and I'm glad it's been raised in Parliament also. Your R&D is 0.88% of GDP.
Sure.
Look at Japan, for example, 3.6% of GDP. You have to bring up your own industry.
All right. Okay. Everybody hold on for a moment. I'm coming back to this discussion after this short break. Stay tuned.
India's defence game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready. Stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honourable Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025. Warfare in the 21st century.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL
for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture, and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture, and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India, and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid, and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried.
Welcome back. Well, we're going to continue tracking the India-China relationship in light of the images that you see on your screen of the Prime Minister meeting the Chinese President, his first visit to China in 7 years. India and China in the midst of a significant reset in the relationship. We'll come back to that in a moment, but it's not just geopolitics at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meet being held in Tianjin, which is where the Prime Minister is. A humanoid robot is drawing attention at the summit and putting the spotlight on the technological advancements being made in China. The robot is named Zhao He and is proficient in English, Chinese and Russian, not just amusing but also assisting visitors at the summit. Aditya Rajkol interacted with the humanoid.
ये युग है AI का, ये युग है रोबोटिक्स का, और तभी यहाँ पर स्यूखा नाम की एक जो है रोबोट यहाँ पर सामने आई हैं। आइए कोशिश करते हैं इससे बात करने की और जानने की कि ये रोबोट क्या जानती हैं। 3 भाषाओं में बात करती है, अंग्रेज़ी में, चीनी में और रूसी में।
Where is everything? I'm functioning at optimal capacity today.
Well,
Thank you for asking.
ये कह रही हैं कि मैं पूरी कैपेसिटी में जो है काम कर रही हूँ।
7% efficiency with no latency issues detected.
Okay, got it. I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on India?
As an AI service robot, I do not hold personal opinions about countries or political entities.
Okay, what can you tell us about the SCO summit?
The 2025 Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit Media Center provides comprehensive services across 8 functional zones, including media workspaces, press conference areas, broadcasting facilities, and cultural exhibition spaces. Registered media can access broadcasting services, press conferences, official photographs, forum information, dining services, and technology exhibitions.
All right, thank you very much. So that was the robot here speaking to us about the SCO summit and what is expected on the sidelines. There's an SCO meeting that's going to happen, but there are also bilaterals. But when you ask opinion-related questions, there are no opinions really coming in. Well, we are in China. So clearly, not much coming out of this robot, but this is certainly a very interesting aspect that's come in here.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily lives. We aren't talking about time travel yet.
Gadgets tested under extreme conditions.
But why? I review tech for people like you and me. You know what? Let me take it from here.
All right.
Tech isn't that complicated. In fact, it's about making our lives simpler, better, and more fun. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज का जमाना है। सबको तिल का ताड़ और राई का पहाड़ बनाना है। ऐसे में जनता के जूते के अंदर फंसा कंकड़ कौन देखे? बड़े बड़े मुद्दों के शोर में जमीन से जुड़े मुद्दे अक्सर खो जाते हैं। लेकिन देश तरक्की तब करता है जब जनता के माथे की शिकन हमारी हेडलाइंस बनती है। मैं सैयद सुहेल भारत को जीता हूं, भारत की बात बताता हूं। NDTV इंडिया पर।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm the medical officer of this unit, sir.
Good afternoon. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Same
Hello,
this
ma'am.
side, sir.
So this is the firing range.
Yes, sir. This is our firing range, sir.
You handle weapons, right? I've handled weapons. क्या हम लोग एक तो shooting में we get to handle weapons.
Yes.
They are not real guns, but they are very similar. So the functioning of it is very similar.
आपने ट्रेनिंग वगैरह?
मैंने ट्रेनिंग भी ली है और I own a weapon also, licensed weapon. So I've shot in firing ranges in Mumbai and all. I'm a member also there. Wow. मैम हम ये क्या गन देख रहे हैं?
ये इंसास राइफल है, सर.
So this is Indian made?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
And we'll be firing from, sir, AK-203.
Okay.
That is Indian made,
That
sir.
is also Indian
Yes,
made.
sir.
Can I look at the bullets?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. This is the bullet of insas, sir. The bullet will be different for the AK-203, sir.
So I can fire this?
Yes, sir.
But somebody needs to guide me.
जो लिम्बर आपके आदेश पर आप लाइन पोजीशन लेंगे।
अच्छा।
और इसके बाद इसको यहाँ पर आप
सपोर्ट लेंगे। करेक्ट।
लिम्बर में आप लाइन पोजीशन और बाट और खांडे का मिलाप रखते हुए और आप फोरहैंड ग्रिप पे पकड़ते हुए सीज का अलाइनमेंट करें। बर की आदेश पर आप मैगजीन वेट की अंदर पर घुसाना है।
ओके। आगे सर। हाँ चलिए।
फायर लाइन ऑफ। हाँ लिम्बर ऑफ। फायर भर। चलो सामने टारगेट। अपना टाइम पर 5 राउंड फायर।
If it matters to you, it matters to India, and it matters to me,
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The biggest Modi visit in 7 years. The biggest India-China icebreaker. The biggest angle of the tiger and dragon. NDTV reports from Ground Zero, China.
NDTV is the first Indian media crew that has reached here in Tianjin in China to cover the SCO summit.
The news breaks, the body language, the mind games of a new beginning.
We at NDTV will keep getting you every aspect, every update, every development first from Tianjin.
NDTV 24/7 is India's #1 English news channel on YouTube. Credible, compelling, always ahead of the curve. Thank you for choosing NDTV 24/7 as your trusted source for news.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
after Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS as well.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our big focus this morning, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping held a nearly one-hour meeting in China that ended just a short while ago. It's the first time the Prime Minister has visited China in 7 years. And is it heralding a new dawn of friendship between India and China? And what does it mean for geopolitics? All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. The crucial bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and China's Xi Jinping took place in Tianjin. The meeting on the sidelines of the SCO lasted 55 minutes and marks a major reset in ties between the two Asian giants.
परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
The Prime Minister says disengagement of Indian and Chinese forces on the border last year created this atmosphere of peace and stability, while Xi Jinping says it's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and he says the dragon and elephant need to come together. Modi-Xi bilateral talks take place amid the tariff war with the United States, a message of trust and friendship to the world, a global reform push. Can the reset in ties counter the tariffs? And ahead of the SCO summit in China, Russian President Vladimir Putin has slammed the US sanctions as discriminatory. He says unilateral restrictions undermine global trade and stability. All right, some breaking news now coming in. News from China in Tianjin, where Prime Minister Modi has held a meeting with Cai Qi, Secretary of the Secretariat of the Chinese Communist Party. So that meeting is currently being held after the earlier bilateral with Xi Jinping that lasted nearly an hour. So another big development there with Prime Minister Modi holding this meeting with Cai Qi, Secretary of the Secretariat of the Chinese Communist Party. Now, earlier, as we said, the crucial bilateral took place. This is all happening on the sidelines of the SCO summit in Tianjin, in China. It's the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years to China. So the Prime Minister also holding this key meeting with the Secretary of the Communist Party. Well, let's take you through all the developments since the morning with the Prime Minister's key bilateral taking place with Xi Jinping. That was around 55 minutes, so nearly an hour is how long that meeting lasted. This is the Prime Minister, as we said, first visit to China after 7 years and the first after the Galwan clashes that took place, in which Indian and Chinese soldiers clashed, and we lost 20 Jawans in that, remember. So since then, this meeting, it's been a long way, and it's a start of a major reset in ties between the two Asian giants, and it comes at a time that India is facing sanctions from the United States. Tariffs have been doubled by Donald Trump to 50% and the reason said is because of India buying oil from Russia. So given these tensions that one is facing from the West, a very key meeting and a key bilateral between Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi, especially if we talk about the kind of statements that were made at the start of this meeting and those opening remarks. The Prime Minister said after the disengagement on the border, an atmosphere of peace and stability has been created. He also said an agreement has been reached between our special representatives regarding border management. So, talking about how there has been that peace on the border since the Galwan clashes, a lot of developments, a lot of ground has been covered. He also added that India and China are committed to taking our relations forward on the basis of mutual trust, respect and sensitivity. So mutual trust emphasized there by the Prime Minister. Chinese President Xi Jinping lauded the India-China talks that took place last year in Kazan. That is where they had met earlier, because this is not the first time they're meeting. Remember, Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping, Xi Jinping calling the talks in Kazan earlier as successful and said that we are the world's two most populous countries. It's vital to be friends, a good neighbor, and he says the dragon and the elephant to come together. He says it's important for the world. So the Prime Minister also in those opening remarks did announce the resumption of direct flights between India and China. Already the Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has resumed. So let's just listen in to those statements that were made before the bilateral.
हमारे गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष कजान में हमारी बहुत ही सार्थक चर्चा हुई। हमारे संबंधों को एक सकारात्मक दिशा मिली। सीमा पर डिसएग्रीमेंट के बाद शांति और स्थिरता का माहौल बना हुआ है। हमारे स्पेशल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के बीच बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट के संबंध में सहमति बनी। कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा फिर से शुरू की। दोनों देशों के बीच डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट भी फिर से शुरू की जा रही है। हमारे सहयोग से दोनों देशों के 2.8 बिलियन लोगों के हित जुड़े हुए हैं। इससे पूरी मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा। परस्पर विश्वास, सम्मान और संवेदनशीलता के आधार पर हम अपने संबंधों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। एथेंस चीन द्वारा एचसीओ की सफल अध्यक्षता के लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। एक बार फिर चीन यात्रा के निमंत्रण के लिए और आज की हमारी बैठक के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद।
Mr. Prime Minister, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you again this time in Tianjin. Welcome to come to China for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Tianjin Summit. Last year, you and I had a successful meeting in Kazan, and the China-India relationship had reset and started new. The two sides have illicitly implemented the important consensus we have agreed, and the bilateral exchanges and cooperation have since made new progress. The world today is swept by one-centric transformations. The international situation is both fluid and chaotic. China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We are the world's two most populous countries, and we are also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
All right, let's go across now to NDTV's Gauri Dwivedi, who joins us from there in Tianjin. And Gauri, several remarks made by both leaders, very positive. There's a sense of this, cautious optimism about India-China ties. Any more information, emerging from the bilateral that took place?
There's been limited information, Karki, that's come out. Of course, we've really been decoding the kind of body language here, the measured statements that have come out from both sides. But at the same time, we're talking about the specifics that both sides have pointed out. The Prime Minister making it very clear, mutual trust, a very important aspect that he stressed on. And also the people who were with him in that bilateral meeting, the entire delegation that comprised of National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and several others, of course, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri as well. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar was not part of the deliberations, but indicating that what all could have potentially been part of that discussion. Now, all eyes on the official press conference that is slated to take place in a couple of hours from now. Remember, there's also a very important bilateral that is set to begin anytime soon, which is the one with Myanmar. It will start in the next 2 hours or so. But as far as the India-China relationship is concerned, what one can say is that while contentious issues remain, this is incremental progress, and this is intent on the part of the two leaders to look at ways to build cooperation and at the same time address the contentious issues. Now, all eyes on what that roadmap is going to be and how soon those actionable points be identified by both sides to ensure that the momentum that the relationship has got now continues to remain so.
Absolutely. As you said, incremental progress. There is, this sense of cautious optimism. But let's also talk about how this meeting and this very key meeting comes at a time that India is facing, the tariffs and the sanctions from the United States. And this is a meeting that will be watched very closely the world over. We'll also, at some point, I'm expecting that there will be some kind of a statement coming from the United States as well.
Absolutely. What are the odds of Donald Trump being able to resist a post on Truth Social? Really, Gargi. Having said that, he also put out that very important post that came in New York Times just ahead of these meetings. Look at the timing. The NYT putting out that Donald Trump will not come to Quad, even though there's been absolutely no formal movement on that. As the host country, India has to first start extending invitations. There's a whole process to it. Even before any of that, NYT put out that report saying that Trump will not come to India for Quad. Now, what does that mean? That means that this is response. One would say jumping the gun because you're actually responding even before any of these developments took place. But yes, the message, the intent that is on display here in Tianjin is going to see some sort of a response coming from the Trump administration. That's going to be very clear. What that will be, how sharp that will be, how staggered that will be remains to be seen, because this is something that's going to go on for 2 days. And tomorrow is when the all-important bilateral between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin will take place. Remember, a large part of the shrill rhetoric that the Trump administration has come out against India is with regard to purchase of Russian oil. So that is likely to only escalate tomorrow. But what one can say, Karti, is that as things stand right now, India and China are displaying an intent to ensure that they continue to rebuild the relationship and rebuild the trust deficit. How soon that will happen is anybody's guess. This is a long-term process, but the fact that there's intent on both sides is important. And also, Washington is watching this, West is watching this. And when they do, there is going to be some sort of a response that will come in. How soon? Well, I would probably say maybe from tonight onwards, India time, you'd start seeing some reactions coming in from Trump administration and his bully-in-chief, Peter Navarro.
All right. Thanks so much. Gauri Dwivedi, they're reporting from Tianjin. Well, let's now go across to our guests to discuss further what this now means for India, for China, for the world, for geopolitics. Thank you so much, Ratish Mehta, Senior Research Associate Organization for Research on China and Asia, joining us. Jinping, China expert, associate professor at OP Jindal Global University, and Namrata Hasija, research fellow with the Center for China Analysis and Strategy, Stimson Center. Thank you all for joining us on the program. It's been quite a morning, seeing that handshake, looking at the body language, then the kind of statements that have been made. Ratesh Mehta, first to you, your comments on, all the developments since the morning that have taken place, and, this sense of cautious optimism and hope for, a new dawn, as it were, of India-China relations.
First of all, thank you for having me for this show. It is indeed true. The meeting today morning has been a historic one. So has Prime Minister Modi's visit to China. It comes at the backdrop of 5 years of very troubled relationship with Beijing, as well as in the past month and a half, where there has been a lot of movement from Beijing as well as Washington towards New Delhi. But I think there is a slight tendency to misread the meeting as well as the visit as a whole, right? And the misreading is actually stemming from this idea of conflating or mixing up a strategic posture to a complete realignment of some sorts of for New Delhi's relationship with Beijing. Relations with China have seen some very troubled relations. The past 5 years, there has been a lot of mistrust, both strategically as well as structurally with Beijing. And this meeting should only be seen as part of a compartmentalized effort to take a step one by one. As far as the meeting is concerned for today, that took place today morning, of course, we understand there were some very big leaders representing India, but there were also some very important members of the Chinese party, Communist Party, representing the Chinese side, including Zhao Xi, who's Xi Jinping's right-hand man, as well as Zhang Shanji, who is the chairman of the NDRC, along with Wang He, who's the foreign minister. So there is a desire to reconcile relationships, but how quickly that relationship takes a positive upward turn is something that needs to be thought out carefully from the Indian side, because as we know, the relations with China have not always have always resulted in positive relations.
Well, to put it mildly, really, you're absolutely right. And that's why, even Gauri was talking about how, incremental gains and the Prime Minister emphasizing there's a need for mutual trust and respect. Gunjan Singh, your comments on that, yes, of course, we have been burned by China in the past, but given the situation now, what we are seeing from the West, and this the tensions with Trump and the tariffs that we are seeing, that is the reason that now we are looking to hopefully have better relations with China and grow from here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the panel, first of all. But yeah, you cannot take away the Trump factor. Definitely, that's why everybody is very interested in what Modi and Xi are going to talk and how this relationship is going to go forward. But let's not forget, it's a meeting on the sidelines of SCO. Yes. It's still not a bilateral meeting. They're still not, primarily don't have space and mandate to discuss major issues. And as was mentioned earlier as well, it's the trust deficit. So Trump is definitely a common, let's say, an agenda or a problem for India and China. Both are facing tariffs, both are struggling economically, and obviously it's a global economy which is in a flux overall. And also Prime Minister will be meeting Putin also tomorrow, so that agenda will also be seen how it goes ahead from there. But I'll still say it's cautious, right? It's a good effort, good I should say meeting, because it's a 7 years gap that China, our Prime Minister is visiting China, but they did meet last year as well on the sidelines. So it's not like they're meeting after a very long gap. Obviously, this meeting comes under the immediate implementation of the tariffs on India, which is 50% as of now, and obviously impacting our trade. And obviously, India-China trade is one place where we can work more and maybe improve relations. But we do have trade deficits with China as well, and there's a lot of bilateral also that needs to be sorted out. But it's the trust, and as was mentioned earlier, it's 75 years of bilateral relationship, diplomatic relationship, and we consistently have not had very good relations. There's always been roadblocks, there's always been hope, we always been cautious. And if we look at the statements as well, both the leaders are technically not talking about the same thing. India is still talking about the border and disengagement, and obviously looking at agenda that needs to be resolved for a proper reset of relationship. This cannot be termed as reset. It's still a meeting. Reset is a long drawn process. Galwan was definitely something which will take a long time to resume. And Chinese are still talking about flights and Mansarovar and people to people contact. So, and economy. So I think we still need to align where our problems are, who wants what, and both sides definitely need to sit together bilaterally to discuss that more.
All right. Just before I come to you, Namrata, I know you've been waiting patiently. Let's just listen into what a Chinese journalist had to say about the meeting that took place.
We're reporting continuously from the SCO summit here in China, and the big handshake between the Chinese President Xi Jinping and, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just concluded. It was more than 50 minutes meeting and some people-to-people contact and an unprecedented way forward between India and China. Who would have thought that 5 years after Galwan, there would be a reset in ties? Thank you to Donald Trump and the White House for making this happen. But joining me right now is a journalist from China, Chen, who is in fact the founder of the China Briefing News, who will speak to us more about the reset in the ties. Thank you very much, Chen, for joining us.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, please tell me, how do journalists in China see the developments between India and China? You know, there is the Trump tariff. It was imposed on China, and now the Maharaja of tariffs, Bob, against India, and a lot of anti-India statements coming in from the American side. What are your views?
I think for the U.S. huge tariffs against India, I think it's beyond everyone's expectation. Previously, we always believed India is an ally of the U.S., but now you have the over 50% of the tariff, and also the U.S. has forced India to open its more market, for example, the sensitive agriculture part. So I think that is a huge shock, and some people even call it kind of a betray. And for the China-India relations, I think as both sides agree that we are not affected by the third party, but we're also not targeting the third party. I think for Prime Minister Modi's 7 years, the first visit in 7 years to China, I think that is a milestone for the bilateral ties, especially as you said, it's kind of a reset for this bilateral ties. And I think as the two leaders have met to have this kind of strategic dialogue, I think that have paved a very strong path for the bilateral ties, and especially for the communications among different ministries and for the different levels. I think that is good for both sides, politically, economically, and also for the culture-to-culture and the people-to-people exchange.
All right, so those were comments by a Chinese journalist on the meeting that just took place. But coming to you now, Namrata, if you can also your comments on the meeting that has taken place. Everybody is very cautious, saying this is just the beginning. Let's not hold our horses, not get too excited over this. The body language has also been spoken about, the kind of it was not cold but very impersonal handshake. Xi Jinping's expression also, he does have that inscrutable expression, so maybe you're reading too much into it. But yes, your comments on the developments of this morning.
Thank you, Gargi, for having me here. And, observe Xi Jinping's body language when he's meeting President Putin. You will not see the same body language that he has, with Modi. There's always like a smile ear to ear that he has. And that's very rare for us to see, when he's meeting other leaders. As far as the meeting is concerned, calling it a reset, historic, milestone, I don't think I would use such words. Second, I don't think the Trump's tariff
but
is
reset,
the reason.
Wouldn't you agree to reset? At least all of you are being so, quite pessimistic. But hopefully a reset in ties, maybe?
We are being realistic. That is why you don't us, calling it all
of course,
these terms.
Of course. Just the kind of statements that were made as well. Yes.
Yes. And also what I was saying, that let's not give Trump a lot of credit behind this meeting. It's been 9 months. It was, the process started 9 months back. So that time, India was not facing the 50% tariff. So let's not give Trump that credit also, that, he's the reason behind, this meeting. So it was 9 months back when the two leaders, countries started talking to each other. So it's been a very long drawn process that has resulted, in whatever we are seeing, the thaw or the little readjustment that we are seeing in India-China relations. So it took a really long time. Yes, the tariffs is making everyone look up to this meeting. That's another thing. But I would not say,
there is a shadow of the Trump, the tensions, and therefore more, emphasis or more, we're really, looking at this meeting taking place.
Yes, and also let's not forget that it was the Chinese, Wang Yi who actually came here first discussing the special representative talks. But those are on border issue, right? But what did he discuss instead? Economy. So let's also figure out that it's economy that's pushing the Chinese, and it's their, economy right now, which has been under pressure for a very long time, right after COVID. That has resulted in them seeking a market, and India has been an answer to that. And that is also one of the major reasons that China has softened their stand when it comes to India. And it is, of course, their economy. That is why I'm saying again and again and stressing this, that special representative talks are for the border, but economy was discussed. So, and also let me draw your attention to a few comments that, came on Vaishon right before this meeting. And the comments from the Chinese side was that the differences between India and China are more fundamental than the, differences between India and the US. We have a lot of issues, and that is why, again, because you said, why are you not using that? They said we still have the one China principle, border issues, the Pakistan factor, influence in the global South countries, and India's suppression of Chinese products at home. And, the article itself says that there is no, common thing that is uniting the both countries. So that is why we have to be very cautious. Also, when Wang Yi came, let's not forget
I'm so sorry, we're completely out of time, but thank you so much all for joining us, and clearly all of you, agreeing that one needs to be very, very cautious and not. It's a meeting that has taken place, first visit after 7 years of the prime ministers there. Yes, there is a shadow of Trump as well on all these developments. But let's now get you this report from Tianjin, where there's a humanoid robot that is helping visitors. Take a look.
ये युग है AI का, ये युग है रोबोटिक्स का, और तभी यहाँ पर स्यूखा नाम की एक जो है रोबोट यहाँ पर सामने आई है। आइए कोशिश करते हैं इससे बात करने की और जानने की कि ये रोबोट क्या जानती हैं। 3 भाषाओं में बात करती है, अंग्रेजी में, चीनी में और रूसी में।
Where is everything? I'm functioning at optimal capacity today.
Well,
Thank you for asking.
ये कह रही हैं कि मैं पूरी कैपेसिटी में जो है काम कर रही हूँ।
7% efficiency with no latency issues detected.
Okay, got it. I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on India?
As an AI service robot, I do not hold personal opinions about countries or political entities.
Okay, what can you tell us about the SCO summit?
The 2025 Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit Media Center provides comprehensive services across 8 functional zones, including media workspaces, press conference areas, broadcasting facilities, and cultural exhibition spaces. Registered media can access broadcasting services, press conferences, official photographs, forum information, dining services, and technology exhibitions.
All right, thank you very much. So that was the robot here speaking to us about the SCO summit and what is expected on the sidelines. There's an SCO meeting that's going to happen, but there are also bilaterals. But when you ask opinion-related questions, there are no opinions really coming in. Well, we are in China. So clearly, not much coming out of this robot, but this is certainly a very interesting aspect that's come in here.
All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break. News and updates continue on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
हेलो
हेलो
बोलिए मैडम, डब्बा ट्रेडिंग कब से चल रहा है पता है मैडम आपको? हम और आप तो जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था हमारा।
We investigated a shady advisory firm that has spent big bucks on advertising on the front pages of national dailies.
ये आपको बिल्कुल उसका ऐसे हल्का सा भी खौफ नहीं है?
मैडम एक बात को खौफ किस लिए रखना चाहिए तो बताओ, कौन सा गलत काम कर रहा हूँ मैं?
After our report, we also saw NSE came out with a cautionary circular to the investors. Market Regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India has also come out with a release talking about the actions that it has taken. Cyber complaint has also been filed against the entities involved in this entire Dabba trading scam.
India's defence game is no longer evolving, it's transforming. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025 brings together the sharpest minds. One day, big conversations, bold ideas. The mission is clear. Stay ready, stay ahead. Leading from the front, the Honourable Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. The NDTV Defence Summit 2025, Warfare in the 21st Century.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Rajasthan is history, culture and much more. And I have been reporting on all things royal for more than 25 years.
The colors, the culture and the complexities of the Northeast is different from the rest of the country. I have been bringing the Northeast closer to the capital for over 15 years. Madhya Pradesh is the heart of India and I have been capturing its every beat for over 10 years, covering the corridors of power, what is said, what is left unsaid and what it actually means for you and me. I have it all covered.
Kashmir is often called paradise on earth, a region that has been in a state of flux from conflict to India's crowning glory. I have been reporting and decoding Jammu and Kashmir for last 3 decades.
Other opposition parties. They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case.
In the heart of India's farmlands, where age-old agricultural traditions still thrive, a quiet revolution is taking flight. This is the story of smart drones. For Damodar, farmer in Telangana, the burden of manual spraying is a familiar one. The sweltering heat, the long hours, and the constant risk of inhaling hazardous chemicals are a dangerous reality for many farmers across India.
If you type in Google cancer train, everyday train goes from Punjab to Rajasthan for treatment of cancer patient. Majority, more than 90% of the farmers who are prone to cancer. Then we understood the problem. Today, the farmer does the activities like spraying when there's a pest and disease. When he sprays, he's carrying a 20 kg snack sprayer and he's inhaling and he's having food with the same hand and drinking water in the same environment. Because of that, there's the health hazard like a cancer. To reduce this health hazard, that's where we thought of doing these drones in agriculture and disconnect access, and so that drones can do the activities like a spraying in the start.
Damodar watches as the drone efficiently and safely sprays his field with pinpoint accuracy. This technology is up to 20 times more efficient than the traditional manual or tractor sprayers he has typically used, dramatically cutting spraying time while ensuring precision and, most importantly, keeping him safe from potential health hazards.
పూర్వం సంది మేము కూడా స్ప్రేలు అప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ స్ప్రేలే లేకుండే, తర్వాత స్ప్రేలు కొట్టేది. అయిన సంపులు తీసుకొని ఒక డే మొత్తం కొట్టుకుంటే ఒక ఎకరం కొట్టుకునేది. దానికి ఒకటి నీళ్ళు మోయాలి, ఒకటి స్ప్రే కొట్టాలి, ఒకటి మందులు పోయాలి.